Hello, everybody. It's a very interesting Shenmue song. Any sellers here? Did you guys see the apparently leaked Shenmue 4 trailer? I don't know, it looks suspicious. I think what's most suspicious is it's a 3+ minute trailer without any gameplay. And I reviewed over that trailer, like pausing here and there. And I noticed some things that definitely look like AI in the background and like the windows. Heck, I mean, there appeared to be a horse with the rider's head just completely gone, so I wouldn't get too hyped up over that. Plus, who would be? I mean, who the hell even enjoyed Shenmue 3? You know? Hey, thanks, Mineskin. I think it's the first time I've seen that little bit notification. The F key. We'll see if it's real this Thursday. Yeah, we'll see. It was a very long trailer. That's probably a little too long for the Game Awards. Plus, there was no gameplay. I'm suspicious. Hello, Sean. Hello, Respawn. Hello, Robert. Hello, Brushhead. Do I collect Pokemon cards? I do. But I only really collect vintage Pokemon cards. I'm not really into the newer stuff. I have a whole card game channel if you want to watch me open a Pokemon. I'll give you the link. Did I get Air Riders? I did. I enjoyed Air Riders. Unfortunately, there's just so many games that came out in the span of the last few weeks. It's hard for me to juggle all of them. Yeah, I will be streaming the Game Awards. I just haven't quite decided how I want to do it. I'm thinking it's just going to be a dual stream on both Twitch and YouTube. It's going to be a lot to manage, though. Oh yeah, if you're going to a card expo and you're expecting stuff other than Pokemon, like if you're going to a non-sports card show, 90% of it's going to be Pokemon at least. This may be one of the only Funko Pops that actually doesn't look hideous. Right? I'm trying to see if there was a Cuphead one. Oh, this is the Funko? Is that really a Funko? Is it really? Oh, the Jenko jeans are still there. Well, congratulations, Funko. You made a Funko Pop that is actually good looking and accurate. Like, what is this craziness? Is this like part of their normal line? It honestly looks like the normal character. Yeah, that does not look like a normal Funko Pop to me. Maybe this one, because the eyes look all bugged out, but that, I don't know about that. Maybe they're just using Funko in the title. Do I care about the NFL? No, I don't watch it. I couldn't even tell you who the two teams were in the last Super Bowl or this Super Bowl. No idea. Don't care about it. You got a 151 booster bundle for your birthday? Yeah, those are pretty expensive. Did you get anything good out of it? It's getting pretty hard to buy 151 packs. You're probably on the end of it where like you can still get packs for like $10 to $15. Soon that's not going to be a thing anymore. And even that I wouldn't really. It's just not worth it. If you want to see the heartbreak of 151, just watch my poster collection opening when that comes out. Terrible. I still play Wii U or 3DS. It's been a while. Would I play a Mario football game? No, probably not. Even if they Mario-ified it, I probably still wouldn't buy it. Would I play it? Sure. Would I buy it? No. I think there's a difference. Right? Free play? Sure. Buy play? No. Hey, what's up, Chemdream? Thank you for the resub. Yeah, Christmas Nights is a good one. Nights in general is just a fun game. Good God. The worst combination of two things. Minecraft character designs and Funko Pops. There it is. Alright, the creeper things look fine, because that's kind of how they look in game. I wish I played Minecraft when it was brand new and first came out. Get into it while everybody was getting into it, trying to figure it out. That would have been fun. But then again, would I have wanted to have gotten potentially addicted to Minecraft? Probably not. Yeah, you gotta be careful on whatnot. Very scammy stuff over there. How was my Dragon Quest HD remaster experience? Good so far. I plan on getting back to it. It's just like I said, it's just too many games right now. Right now, I'm very involved in Let It Die Inferno. That's all I've been playing the past few days since it came out. Might as well enjoy that game while it lasts. Because it's probably going to be another flop a year from now. But it's fun, so I'm going to keep playing it while it's new. It's a good starter Super Nintendo lot. Some good stuff in there. The right side way better. The left side is just filler. Right side game is much better. Yellowed and chipped though. Well, someone can clean that up. Jacob's Ladder, no. No, if I saw it, I don't remember it. Is Prime 4 a bust? Well, I'm passing on Prime 4. But I've been hearing all kinds of things about it. The latest thing now is the war between people that back Nintendo on their amiibo shenanigans and people that don't like it with what they did with the music. I am on the side of I don't agree with it. So the drama right now at Prime 4 is you spend many hours on the map in that game, the big desert area, but there's no music. Now, you know me, I hate games that have no music like that. I just... You need some kind of moody, even if it's just like a droning, like synth kind of, just something going on. I hate silence in games. Even in games that are supposed to be isolated, right? Like everybody's like, oh, but it's supposed to feel isolating. Well, so was Metroid Prime, and that game had tons of music. So, no excuse. Prime 4 having hours and hours of gameplay with no music. No excuse for that. But the kicker is, you can get music in the world map by buying a $30 amiibo that unlocks music while you drive around the desert. But the Nintendo fanboys cry out that, oh, but it's unlockable in the game. So, it's no big deal. You just gotta unlock it. You don't have to pay $30. The counter argument to that is, you unlock it by scanning 100% of the things in the game, which happens after you beat the game. So that means your entire first playthrough has no music, and most people are not going to do a second playthrough just to have music in the desert. So I am definitely on the side of I don't agree. I think it's a terrible decision. It's paywalling music. So yeah, I'm not buying Prime 4 right now. Maybe when it's in the bargain bin for 20 bucks, I'll think about it. What about Dark Souls? It only has music and boss fights. So that game has a lot of sound design going on with it though, right? You hear all kinds of things. You hear the environment, you hear the enemies. Like, you never hear complete silence when you're playing Dark Souls. So like, you never worry about the fact that there isn't a symphonic soundtrack going in the background. A desert with literally nothing going on, with no enemies, literal silence. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Plus, it's a Nintendo game. We're not playing like Dark Souls here. Nintendo is known for having at least something going on. Breath of the Wild, you got like the little piano jingles. It just looks out of place, and it looks weird. Yeah, Prime 4 doesn't look like the kind of game for me. I'm passing on it. I'm happy for people that enjoy it. But yeah, I'm not. I honestly just wanted it to be more like the first game. And since it isn't, it is what it is. So I'm passing on it. Don't really care. I'm going to keep enjoying the games I'm currently playing. I'm not buying every $70 game that comes out anyway. A lot like the first game. Well, I don't want a giant open map. I don't want abundance of puzzles, especially with those shrine levels. I also don't want characters talking in a radio in my ear the entire time. So, yeah. Prime 4 just not for me. I mean, it is what it is. I'd rather just wait for it to come down in price than buy something I know I'm probably not going to enjoy. But like I said, I'm happy for the people that feel like it was worth the 8-year wait since its announcement. I know that feeling when you know, gotta wait that long for a game you're looking forward to. I've dealt with it. If Prime 4 didn't come out, like, literally 2 days ago, 3 days ago, maybe I would have gave it a shot, but it's just, no. Too many other games I'm playing came out right before, so gets benched. So I have a game of the year. I still got to think about that. Since I'm still in the middle of playing a few games. How do you personally deal with FOMO? You give in. You give in to the FOMO. Spend, spend, spend. I don't think there's any real answer to that. You're either able to resist FOMO tactics or you're not. I don't think there's any middle ground. Well, personally, I would much prefer to buy a retro game that costs $60 to $70 rather than a new release, because at least I know that retro game isn't gonna bomb in price, right? Like, at least if I wanted to sell it, the value will maintain over the years, right? If you're buying a new $60, $70 game, after a while it does, it starts to feel kind of shitty, especially if it's a game that, like, you bought and maybe it wasn't really for you and you played it once or twice, or like maybe you didn't play it as long as you had hoped, and then like a few months later suddenly it's $30 and you're like, whoa, would have been cool not to buy that when it was 70. Right? So at least for the retro game, especially if it's one that you really look forward to playing, you're not going to have that problem, unless you're buying it at some peak hype level or something. Well, honestly, music or not in Metroid, I'm just like, I just look at the gameplay for that and I'm just like, man, I'm not feeling this right now. There's nothing I can do. Like, I'm not going to be pressured into playing a game where I look at a trailer and gameplay and I'm just like, I don't know about that. I'm just kind of over games that are like shoehorning in open world a lot of times. I'm very picky in those kind of games. I much prefer my nice short linear games. I don't want to have to deal with open world every single game I play. Or at least a giant hub world like Hyrule. Everybody's trying to pawn off their Funko Pops before it's too late. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens with that in a year when we know if they're going to last or not. The market will be flooded, probably. The people that care about them and genuinely like collected them just for the looks won't care, but I think there's a lot of people that were collecting those that may have been into it for the wrong reasons. What's happening with Funkos? Well, they said that they may not be financially stable to last into next year. Also, I mean, that pretty much just means they're in trouble. So I went into a little hobby shop a couple weeks ago in like a mall that was practically dead. I'm not even joking. I should have took a picture. Half the store was Funko Pops. Half the freaking store. I'd say like 30% was comics. 20% was like trading cards, sports cards. And the other half was an entire wall. The whole wall of the store was Funko Pops. Funko Pops would be much different if they all didn't have that uniform look. I genuinely believe if the characters like actually tried to look like the actual characters with a bit more detail, I think they'd still be going strong. I really do think the uniform dead eye look kind of came to bite them eventually. It's a pretty good lot. Some good Genesis bidding auctions ending here. This one here in particular, Phantasy Star 2 and 3 and Sword of Vermilion. You got the map as well. It's pretty good. Both have posters. You can see other people here asking about, this person wants $80 with the map. So figure, yeah, I mean, probably at least $60, $70, $80 for just Phantasy Star 2. I'll link this. Hello, David. There's a reason why at conventions a lot of people that sign stuff, like the celebrities that sign, they actually either refuse to sign Funko Pops or they charge more to sign Funko Pops. Because most people that get them signed just get them signed to flip them on eBay and make more money. It's actually pretty crazy. But yeah, there are celebrities that will not sign them. It's a very random lot. God damn, I feel like you're like signing some legal work here when you buy from the seller. Look at it, it's like a lawyer. Your contract is binding when you buy my listing. Sale is final. Do not bid if you don't agree to the terms of this listing. Say, all right. Honestly, when they get that crazy with the description, it makes you not want to bid because what if there legit is something wrong with it? right? Like, what if something is like catastrophically wrong when you get the package? They're gonna fight you over it. eBay will side with you because they always side with the buyers, but still, it's gonna be a headache. I don't think they realize what they're doing with a description like that. Did I play a lot of Genesis RPGs? Well, for one, there's not many Genesis RPGs, especially if you're looking for traditional. I didn't grow up with Genesis RPGs. My grandpa had a few of them. Like, I played Sorcerer's Kingdom when I was younger. I played Ys 3, stuff like that. But that was back when I'd literally just wander around in those games and have absolutely no idea what was going on. So I didn't really grow up with those. Played them at a later date. But even still, there's not... It's slim pickings on the Genesis for actual RPGs. I enjoyed Phantasy Star 2 before the dungeons started getting ridiculously difficult to navigate. It's a nice lot. All basic starter games on a Super Game Boy. 213. Well, Amazon would be able to shut down eBay if Amazon forced sellers to put pictures. Right now, the thing that keeps a lot of people away from buying like older stuff on Amazon is the fact that most of it is literally just a name and a price. It's too risky to buy stuff on there without knowing what you're about to get. If Amazon moved into I don't think they'd move into it. They wouldn't even have to move into a bidding system. Just require any used game to have a photo. And they would do so much better. 50% chance to be a shooter. Definitely looks 90s. These characters. Look at this guy. Looks like he walked straight out of like a Spencer's Gifts Hot Topic or something. I see it, John. I have not played Blood. I am aware of Blood. I've seen it. I think it's actually like on my wish list, so I wouldn't forget about it. PSA is getting in the grading games now, by the way. Man, there's some weird stuff going on with PSA lately. I don't like what they're doing with the Pokemon market at all. I'm sure a lot of you don't follow what's happening with them. but they've got this huge gambling ring going on with GameStop. Like, it's pretty bad. They're about to turn a lot of people into gamblers, boy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. So basically what's happening is GameStop has a new thing on their website. It's called like Power Packs or something, where you pay money and you open a virtual pack and they'll show you a graded PSA Pokemon card. But the card that you see is a real card. It's not like an image, it's not like digital. It is the actual graded card, and you can either keep it and they'll ship it to you, or they offer you a price for it. So say you spend 25 bucks, the card you get is it's worth 18, and they're like, you know what, we'll offer you $16 for it. And you're like, man, I don't want that card. It's just you accept $18 and then they give you $18 credit. The problem is they have packs you can open on there for $2,500. Literally one click, 25. One click, 25. One click, 25. You know how many people are going to get into trouble with this? It's going to be bad. It's going to be real bad for people. And it's not like it just goes from 25 to 2,500. You got like 25, 50, 100, 500, 1,000, 2,500. So like no matter what your bank account allows, they're like, oh, we got the gamble for you. I don't know. But like I've been also hearing what they're doing is like cards that are graded PSA 9, somehow when they end up in the power packs, they suddenly become a PSA 10. That's like the new drama from yesterday. I haven't watched any videos on it, but I don't know. I don't like what's going on with PSA lately. I'm not sure how I feel about it. And apparently now they're getting in the grading games. That's a really hideous label, by the way. I've always hated the PSA label, and I think it looks just as bad on video games. It's so distracting. Yeah, all I'll say is, if you have gambling tendencies, please stay away from the GameStop power packs. I have watched YouTube videos of people opening those things, and you are gonna get screwed so hard. Right? Like, I've watched the people that spend $500 to get a $200 card return, or they spend $1,000 and they get a card worth $600. Like, don't do it. Do not do it. It's a great game, by the way. Made by Sonic Team. You don't have to know anything about Astro Boy. It's just a really fun, short PS2 era action game. Great graphics, too, for the time. I actually really like this game. What's the Switch 2 situation right now? They're not getting in the grading games. They acquired WADA and rebranded WADA. Oh, God. Jeez. Man, WADA's a whole... I'll never forget watching those videos from years ago, talking about WADA and all the scummy things they do over there. Do I have merch of Conquer? Outside of my Conquer figgies, no. Yeah, I don't have any Conquer merch. There's not a lot of Conquer merchandise, but Conquer merchandise does exist. If you've never seen the Conquer figgies, let me know. I can show you, but if you've seen them, that's all I got. What are my thoughts on Indigo Prophecy? I played Indigo Prophecy for the first time, I don't know, 5 years ago. I really enjoyed it. I just remember being like on the edge of my seat the whole time I was playing that, between the story and like the quick time events, and I just remember being really invested in how ahead of its time that game was with like cinematography for games, especially on console. It was very rare to see the kind of camera angles and stuff they were pulling. It was like we were playing an interactive movie. It's pretty neat for the time. I love this box. I don't know what they did to them, but I just think that art is hilarious. It was a one and done. They never went back to that artwork for Bub and Bub. Favorite recent car racer? Definitely Kirby Air Raiders. I'm on the fence of loving that game. Yeah, I remember that one. The PS2 cover with the baby blowing the bubble. That's one of the strangest PS2 covers. But it works, right? We never forgot the cover. You know that cover. You know it when you can visualize it right now, even if you haven't seen it for years. So I guess in a way it's one of PS2's best covers because you see it, you don't forget it. Boy, there are way more auctions ending tonight than there were last Saturday. I've been scrolling for a while. We still haven't hit 30 minutes. Thanks, Rapid Fire. Appreciate that resub very much. Rapid Fire always bringing out the weird facts. I did, thank you, Douglas. No More Heroes. I played it when it launched. I have not played it since it released. Definitely a game and series in general I would like to revisit one day. Wow. There's a lot of copies of Anthem. All at different prices. One's $6.99, $4.99, $4.99, $5.99, $9.99. They kept marking it down by $1 at a time and they still weren't selling. Yeah, they're both great games. Guilt and Crow Country. Still playing Pokemon Go, and no, I had to stop. Unfortunately, I don't live by Pokestops, so I always run out of Pokeballs, and I got tired of having to spend money on Pokeballs. Other than when I would like go to a park and spin Pokestops. So that sucks. I had to stop playing because it was just not free to play friendly where I live. Also, it's freezing out, so I don't know how much I'd want to be out there catching Pokemon right now. Absalom, I have not played that. leveling system, they gave everyone multiple items. What do you mean? You mean that big update that they did a couple months ago where they like leveled everybody up like crazy? Yeah, they did that to me, and then my inventory was full forever until I finally cleared it. That was a pain. This is a very random lot of PS5 games. Have I played the Middle-earth games? Yeah, Hell Let Loose plus Totally Spies. Fun for the whole family. Everybody got something to play in that lot. So what the hell do you think that statue is that they've been teasing with the Game Awards? It's definitely got to be something from Software, right? What I'm going to bank on is that it's a Kingsfield game. Could you imagine? Tease for Kingsfield. Genius marketing, though. Genius marketing. Whoever wanted to put that statue up. Bloodborne remaster remake? No. No, this... I don't think they'd have an alligator thing on there. No, the Game Awards aren't Thursday. I'll be streaming it. Just for, you know, nobody really cares about who wins the awards. We're watching it for the trailers. The live premieres. As is Nintendo PlayStation gaming consoles. Imagine if this was a personal collection. It might be. It looks like it could have been from like a family that just had a very large family of people that had a bunch of consoles. Probably not. I better not be Diablo 4 expansion. That would be so boring. Oh, look. A signed Funko Pop of Sonic. That is probably the worst signature I've ever seen. Damn. I mean, I get it. Some signatures are a little out there. But how do you possibly see Ben Schwartz in that? I don't know where it would finish, David, but it would definitely be on there somewhere. Did I just see that Game Boy Pokemon game just sold over 11,000? Which one? Was it sealed? It had to be sealed, right? Altered Beast new game? I like that prediction. That would be crazy. Oh my god. That would be... Well, Sega is technically working on a new Altered Beast, which has already been announced, I think, as one of their like retro comebacks. But imagine if that's actually what it was going to look like. I have a feeling we're going to be very disappointed by whatever it is. But it's fun. I enjoy the speculation that nobody has figured out before what it is. I feel like by now people would have cracked the code of what it is. The guy that did the voice for Sonic from the movies. Oh yeah, apparently there's a way to see if your copy of Pokemon is a first print run. Yeah, okay. So, I don't remember what like the second print run looks like, but if your copy of Pokemon Red or Blue, I'm assuming it's the same for both, has Sandshrew on it in this screenshot, you have the first printing of Pokemon. So I'm sure everybody's running to their collections right now to check and see. I don't know what it looks like without it though. Kind of forget. That's why they're pointing out first print Sandshrew. It's a Rattata and a Pidgey. Yeah, that's kind of fun. Let us know if any of you have the first print run. Yeah, ESRB probably is a giveaway as well. I just think it's fun that they actually had different screenshots. I bought this from KB Toys when I was younger. Still have the figures. Looks cool in the box though. It looks like the Resident Evil menu. The green grid in the backgrounds. It's actually pretty cheap. I'm gonna link that. It's still only $3. They got multiple. I had that one. I had the Tyrant. Somehow I didn't get like any of the actual character figures. I got all the zombies. I got this one. This one would have been cool. I didn't have this one. I love what they did with the background with the iconic cover window. Oh, and you get the dog too. That's so cute. Yeah, that would be cool. Cool to have that one. I would get it in the package though, because it just looks so cool with that background. I'm gonna link the seller for you guys. KB Toys was the best back then because they used to get all of the video game figures in. You guys know the struggle. If you were looking for gaming merchandise back in the 90s, it was really hard to find video game merchandise. What was put out there was like the holy grail, right? Like if you were a Sonic fan, the Resource Sonic figures, you know, the ones from Sonic Adventure, those were like the top of the top. There really wasn't much out there. Let me see. Let me show you what ones. I'm sure you remember the packaging. Definitely typoed that, but yeah, these ones. If you remember these in the stores, these were like the OGs. They had the big one there. Deluxe box figure. The figures on the back definitely make them look a little derpy looking, but actually kind of fairly accurate to how the figures turned out. The Knuckles, it looks a little better than he does on the back there. Those eyes look weird there. Alien eyes. Yeah, the KB Toys bargain bins were the best. Oh look, a graded copy of Eco. No bids. Nobody wants Eco. But most people probably just don't care to have a graded copy of Eco. Thank you very much, Cryo. Thank you for the 60 months. The big 5 year mark. Appreciate it very much. Congrats on the new knob. Did they come with Chaos Emeralds? Yes, they did. Yeah. Yeah, those, if you have them still in the packaging, they're worth a lot of money. Even out of the packaging, they're still kind of sought after. Imagine if the statue's from Elder Scrolls 6. No, I'll tell you why it's not Elder Scrolls 6. Because the one journalist guy that apparently knows what it is but doesn't want to leak it said, like, he would say, like, nope, it's not that one, nope, it's not that one, but it's a good one. If it was something like Elder Scrolls 6, I'm pretty sure his response would have been something better than nope, but it's a good one, right? It would have been like, it's gonna blow your minds, you know, like, come on. If you were sitting on the news that thing was about ready to announce something like Half-Life 3 or Elder Scrolls 6, you would be like, man, you'd be hyping everybody up instead of, oh, it's a good one. Yeah, it's a good one. Well, like, what the heck? It's probably gonna be some dumb expansion for something. I just think it's a company that has a ton of money and blew it on that marketing stunt, but honestly, it's working for them. Battle Zone from a cutout. Is this actual vintage cutout? Sometimes they reproduce these. They don't really mention. It's been in storage for over 40 years. Okay, so it is an actual, apparently vintage Battlezone Sun. It's only $1. This person apparently starts everything at $1. So combined shipping is probably pretty nice. Bunch of old Atari signs. That's cool. Oh, look at the Tempest one. That's nice. I'm gonna link the seller because there's some cool little... If you're into Atari and stuff, you might be able to snag some crazy deals on these since they're starting at $1 and they all... I'm sure you get combined shipping. Something Dragon's Dogma related. Oh, that would be... That would be a bit... I mean, it would be exciting, but it would be kind of a disappointment at the same time. Big rumors that it's from a Japanese company. I mean, From Software is the obvious choice, right? No, these are cardboard signs. Last year, they said one reveal was going to be a doozy, but I forgot what it was. Dustbloods. Yeah, that was probably it. Hope that game turns out good. Gorilla said they're done with Killzone for good. Yeah, that's a shame. I used to play the Killzone games online. I really enjoyed them, and I was pretty good at the ones I played. I can't remember if I played more of 2 or 3, but one of them I got really into. I was actually streaming it too back in the day. I think that was 3 though that I was streaming. Those games had such weight behind their movement and the aiming and everything. It just felt so different from everything out there. Running through, you've seen is that it's a Dark Souls collection because they're working on something codenamed FMC, and they usually assign F for Souls, and MC would be the Master Collection. Ooh, interesting. Did I see the trailer for Carmageddon? I did catch a brief glimpse at that. Yeah, it looked really good. Looked like a game I would enjoy. A Souls collection, huh? But what's with the alligator? Right? Like, why is there an alligator like that in other Souls games? Why is there an alligator in that statue? Okay, so you are making me think though, because he did tease regal inspiring thickness. I'm thinking to myself like thickness. What would that imply? Maybe the thickness is implying that the physical copy of this game is literally thick. And if it is a Souls collection, it would be thick, right? Because it's gonna probably have like multiple discs in there. And it's regal because the box is probably gonna be like super fancy. Inspiring. Maybe the inspiring part is like a message to other developers and publishers to like keep the legacy of their games going for not backwards compatibility, but like keep porting your games to current consoles to keep the legacy going. So it's like inspiring for others to do the same for their games. I don't know, just theorizing. The regal inspiring thickness thing is kind of weird. It's very weird words and also cryptic. Maybe it's gonna be a collection of From Software games, like even older ones, just like emulated ports of them. Could you imagine if it was a collection of games like Evergrace, Eternal Ring, the non-Armored Core games, like their fantasy style RPGs and stuff, like all in one, like the history of From Software games. Shadow Tower, man, that would be cool. Watch it be a new Shadow Tower game. Oh man. Wouldn't that be something? I've been playing Let It Die Inferno on my PlayStation Portable, by the way. And I can confirm that that game feels great on the Portal, and here's the reason. Yes, there's some input delay on the Portal, but the thing is, Let It Die Inferno has sluggish controls and combat as it is, so you actually barely even notice that you're playing with input delay, so it feels perfect. And there's no pixelation. The particle effects aren't extreme enough to cause pixelation and fragmenting, so it's been really fun to play it on this. $45 gaming strategy guides. $45, no bids, free shipping. Okay, what's the catch? Nobody wants to deal with this many guides? Is that what it is? Wolfenstein, Bulletstorm, Condemned 2, Gun, Hitman Absolution, Lego Star Wars 2, Vanquish, Star Wars Episode 3, Lego Star Wars 3, Clone Wars, Star Wars Episode 1 Jedi Power Battles, Ultimate Spider-Man, Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories, Spy Hunter, Game Fan Magazine, Red Faction Armageddon, Perfect Dark Zero, Half-Life 2, SOCOM 2, Medal of Honor, Soul Calibur 2, Tekken Tag Tournament, Turok 2 Seeds of Evil, Red Faction Guerrilla, Terminator Salvation, Crisis 3, Rage, Pokemon Ranger, Fear 2, GoldenEye 007, Unreal Championship 2, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, Black, Mercenaries, Pariah, Kill Switch, Frontlines, Fields of War, Prey, Something Game Guide, covers multiple platforms, Chrome Hounds, Bloodstone 007, Demon Stone, SOCOM 3. Damn, SOCOM 3 had a huge guide. What in the world? You see that? Man, we didn't have time for no guides, man. We just jump into that game, go online, forget the single player garbage. It was all about playing online. The only reason I played SOCOM 3 online is because you were kind of forced to. I think you had to do it for some dumb reason. There was some reason you had to do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered with it. Evolve, Fuse, and America's Army. Yeah, there's no catch to it. Literally $45 free shipping, no bids. $1 a guide, so I will link this. got a link to seller, so the link is small enough. They've also apparently got other guide lots with no bids and free shipping ending in 20 minutes. So have fun looking through their stuff. Be curious to see what that goes for. Put it off to the side if I remember to check in on it. The song right now is Hotline Shawani Monkey Billiards from Super Monkey Ball 2. It's like a remix. If it was the last song, unfortunately I can't see what it was. It's not something I can rewind really. I can see. Yeah, there's no no easy way to see. Man, there are a ton of auctions ending tonight. Holy smokes. I've been scrolling forever and we're still with 34 minutes left. See, this is what I expected during Black Friday weekend. These are the auctions I was expecting. Normally I don't get to scroll this long and still be this close to items ending soon. Been scrolling for over an hour, that's crazy. This is like a new record. Normally by now I would have hit items ending over an hour from now. I think the Final Fantasy IX remake will get announced soon. Who knows what's going on with that. I wouldn't even doubt it if it got cancelled with Square Enix's new line of thinking with how they want to release games. Or at least put on the back burner. Paused indefinitely. Let's see if there's a registration card. Nope. Posters. Manual. Oh, wait, yeah, there it is. They got the registration card. That adds a couple $100 to the value. Box is kind of messed up though. But hey, at least you know it's real. Any newer games? Well, right now I'm really enjoying Let It Die Inferno. Before that I was playing a bunch of different stuff. Kirby Air Raiders, Dragon Quest HD. What the hell was the other one I was playing? There were like so many. Oh, Sectori. Amazing dual stick shooter that I was playing a few days ago. No visions of mana. I tried the demo, which seemed nice, but I just remember that game coming out at the wrong time. Like, it came out around the time of something else, and I had to not bother with it. You got yours for 170 with the guide for Chrono Trigger. Yep, there were definitely perks to collecting older games back in the day. I remember this Zubat. I forgot that KFC did a Pokemon collaboration back in the day. There was a Zubat, there was a Seal. Zubat, Seal, Vulpix. Zubat, Seal, Vulpix. How many of them were there? There were like 4, right? 4 or 5. Dratini, yep, Dratini. Is that it? Yeah, there's the Dratini. There's the Vulpix. Yeah, that was a cool little collaboration. I think that was it. Just those 4, right? That's Burger King. That's not KFC. Yeah, so it was just those 4. The Dratini was the best. The Dratini that definitely looked the coolest. Man, back when collabs used to have like actually really well-made merch. They did not play around with fast food stuff like that, like plushies and figures back then. You guys remember the gold Burger King Pokemon cards? Man, never see something like that anymore. Yeah, I had the full collection of those in the boxes with the little certificates. Got them myself. It was not something that I like got later on. Unfortunately, though, I think when I purged my Pokemon stuff, I think they're all pretty much gone. When I purged my Pokemon from like 25 years ago. Yeah, who remembers the Beanie Babies? Was that with McDonald's, right? Beanie Babies had the collab with McDonald's where they'd have like the teeny beanies or whatever they were called. Man, that was peak back then if you were a Beanie Babies collector. So many of those things. This is an exclusive Transformers game for Japan, by the way, if any of you are Transformers fans. I have not played it, but if you're really into Transformers, maybe you're unaware that there is a exclusive game just called Transformers. Not the same as the one that we got in the US, which would normally get confused with it. Takara. It was always interesting to me how they tried to always push Poliwhirl. Why Poliwhirl of all Pokemon? Not even Poliwrath, but they really tried to push Poliwhirl for some reason. Do I still have the Crochet Eco? Yep. Yeah, Poliwhirl is a lot of people's favorite Pokemon. It is a cool design. It's my favorite out of that line between the Poliwag and the Poliwrath. It was one of his favorites, so he tried to make it the mascot. Yeah, I could definitely see that. It is a cool design. Oh, he's the main character of the Pokemon Adventures manga. That's why. Really? He was the main Pokemon in that? That's something. Okay, well that explains it. Key team member, yeah. Yeah, I've always been a water type, grass type. Water type and grass type were always kind of my favorite Pokemon. And normal type. I also really like normal type. I'm a big fan of normal type. Oh, interesting. So they tried multiple things before Pikachu. Poliwhirl and Clefairy. The original fat Pikachu is the best one, though. Hands down. I wish they would have never got rid of that design. The little chunky Pikachu. I cherish anything that uses that design. Because it really does look like a fat mouse. Like a little gerbil. Yeah, Eevee out of nowhere just kind of became everybody's favorites. It's easy for Eevee to become a favorite though because of all the evolutions, right? It's almost like an unfair advantage because if you like the evolutions, chances are you're gonna like Eevee. So eventually it just stuck. You'd be very disappointed if it's just a Dark Souls Remastered collection. There would be a lot of people that are disappointed, but believe me, that would make a lot of people happy. Especially if it has Bloodborne in there. People would finally go wild getting what they want. Custom painted. Well, if any of you are ever painting your game room or something and you accidentally drop like black paint on your PS5 controller, just go on eBay and say it's custom painted and people will still bid on it. If a murder is ever committed in your game room and there's specks of blood, get rid of the evidence by just selling it on eBay as custom painted. Splatterhouse edition. I'm not like picking this to rant on Metroid Prime 4 here. I'm just picking this to rant about this. I hate that. Am I the only one? I'm pretty sure everybody hates this text on the bottom of the front cover. Could they seriously not put this on the back? I mean, I guess not, because they've already got it cluttered with so much other crap. But damn, it just makes Switch 2 boxes look so ugly. It just really takes away from the cover. I hate it. Yeah, it's awful. And it's even worse when it's a key card with the white banner. You found someone selling their entire eBay store on eBay? Well, that's the meta. Oh yeah, when is that magazine lot over? 20 minutes. Curious to see if anybody bids on that. Yeah, I've seen the Kabuto first edition drama. I really hope that doesn't encourage people to do the same for other first edition Pokemon cards. It's kind of messed up. Which, yeah, I guess, by the way, if you happen to have first edition Pokemon cards from Fossil and you have a Kabuto first edition, there's something crazy that happened recently and your Kabuto is now worth like $50. wild enough. So if you happen to have a few of them, you're sitting on quite a bit of money. Basically what happened was somebody posted an image online showing that they own like almost 1,800 first edition Kabutos. So then what everybody did, being the Pokemon scalping community that they are, they cleaned out the market of first edition Kabutos on the internet. So you can no longer buy a first edition Kabuto for under like $50. And if you have a graded one, not that any of you guys would, it's worth like $1,000. The market is bought out of first edition Kabutos because it became a running joke and a running meme that people wouldn't shut up about. And now, because the one, like, it's not the collector's fault. He was just like, look at my cool collection. Not his fault. Very admirable collection. I think it's cool when people like collect one Pokemon like that. It's what happened afterward that created, like, everybody else just started buying up the cards, shorting the supply, and now there's nothing. So now they're really expensive. But yeah, if that guy thinks he has almost all the Kabutos, I mean, there's probably tens of thousands of those things out there. There's got to be a ton. He sold a signed copy one for 50,000. Yeah, that's, I don't even know if I believe that, but that's kind of ridiculous. Pokemon collectors are crazy with that stuff. Rare Replay was your first game on the Xbox One. Well, that was a good reason to have an Xbox One, if that was your first game. Xbox One, to me, is still one of the most disappointing consoles to ever release. Well, at least it had Rise. Wait, another thing, though, that Xbox One did have, though, was that really bad, like, indie game store. You guys remember what I'm talking about? I bought so many games on there. It was like, they used to have it more front and center, but then they got rid of it. Where you can, like, go and buy, like, random games that people made, like, with copyrighted material and everything in there. Then they eventually got rid of it. I forget what they called it. Yeah, honestly, the Xbox One launch was probably one of the best things about the console, because we got Crimson Dragon, which I know most people hated, but it was still like a fun little launch game. Killer Instinct and Rise. Way better than the Series X launch. I love how they're just selling the body parts for these Resident Evil figures for $50. Oh, you're missing a head for Nemesis? Well, here you go. And his gun in his hands, $50. You'd have to be a toy expert. Imagine somebody trading in this gun or trading in the hands to your toy store, and you have to try and figure out, like, what it's from. The amount of research you'd have to do to try and figure that out. Some of that stuff can be very expensive toy parts. for vintage toys, like the guns and stuff. The guns for old Star Wars figures, for example, are usually worth more than the figure. I just remember when the Xbox One came out, I was able to go into, I think I went into, what did I go into? Was it a Walmart? Something. Didn't feel like a Walmart though. I don't remember, but I just remember walking in and there was no one there on launch day and just picking up the console. No line to wait in, no nothing. Boring. The Google feature now where it scans any item and figures out where it's from. Yeah, I'm sure now it's more doable, but like, imagine back in the day trying to figure that stuff out. My goodness. Yeah, 30 pages of auctions over within an hour. Let's see what Pokemon are featured on here. Oh, this is like for gold and silver. Totodile. And Articuno. Look at Articuno just like hanging out back there. Looks like it's part of the background. It's pretty cool. No, I don't think I'll be going there, Jeff. Depends what kind of games you're into, Matt. Gotta give us a baseline for what you're looking for. People are bidding on Eco. That's what I like to see. But sadly, I bet you all the bids are bots that are trying to bid under market value just so they can flip it for more money. Since it's free shipping. Well, we finally got an Eco listing with someone's hairy leg and foot in the background. Time has finally come. Can check that one off the bingo card. No, I stopped playing that a while ago. Rapid Fire. Eco these days, Eco typically ends anywhere between $20 and $30. Which is way more than it used to go for. Eco used to be 10 to 15. And that table distortion not doing this guy any favors. Yeah, if you're looking for Japanese games at a game convention, most of the time it's going to be very common stuff. If you're looking for the really specific rare things, you gotta go online for that. Banjo-Tooie, no. Nah, that one level scared me away. I never went back to it. One more for good luck. Did I just... Oh, that's right. I gotta remember. Thank you for the reminder, eBay. I just passed one. We gotta remember to filter brain rot and Roblox. I don't know what the heck that stuff is. Like, what the... I still don't understand what brain rot is, and it's probably best that I don't. Oh, is that magazine strategy guys are over in 10 minutes? Someone here might be bidding on it though, so I'm not gonna... I'll just let you guys know what it goes for. We won't blow it up. Keep it low down on the radar. Alright. Let's remember to filter this time. Even though they don't typically use that when I search a lot, but you never know. Anything else? That should be good. I used to filter all kinds of stuff that we used to see all the time, like Skylanders and all that stuff. But like, what is it? Is it like a show, or is it all AI created? I just don't understand it. We see it on PSN and everything now too. Get this blanket. It's all AI. Goodness gracious. So the kids of today are buying things with AI generated slop in them? It's meme YouTube type humor. Alright, yeah, probably best to not look into it more. Wow, that's a lot right there. I always loved this cover art for Exile. It's like a little diorama cover. A little like puppet. I don't even want to believe that's what these are worth if you were to actually, but there's no way this is $3,500. Not a chance. 40 Switch docks. Really? 40 of them? It's under $1 a dock. I mean, not under $1. Under $10 a dock. That's crazy. You could build a fort out of these things. You only have 39 switches. Yeah. Sold the cartridge of Pokemon Crystal for $20 in 2016. Was it a buy it now or a auction that you did? Well, if it makes you feel better, maybe the cart was bootleg. But if it was like a copy that you know that you bought and was real, yeah, that hurts a little bit. Because even back in 2016, Pokemon Crystal had to be worth more than 20 bucks. Yeah. It's best not to really regret things like that, though. Just remember what you did with the $20. Maybe you used it on something that was really needed at the time, or maybe you picked up another game that's worth a lot more money. I love listings like this. I love seeing what stickers the little kids put on their Game Boys. So it looks like we've got Mario and Yoshi up here. Got some, like, I don't know, that looks so familiar. These characters here. I don't know what that's from. Bakugan, maybe? I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah, maybe. That looks very familiar. Beyblade, I was close. I was close. Felix the cat. A lot of Felix the cat. This person really likes cats, because here's a normal cat sticker here. And this one here is just covered in Pokemon. I love this. This is so cool to see like what everybody was into on their Game Boy. This person really likes Felix. This person likes Mario and Beyblade. This person likes Pokemon. This person... What the heck is that? I don't recognize it. Little holographic stickers of some kind of anime characters. I was gonna say it looked like Mega Man potentially, but I wasn't sure. Time you bought a copy of Pokemon X off of Amazon and there was a copy of Black 2 in it instead. That's pretty cool. Quite the random game to get mixed up in there. Ben 10, maybe. I doubt it though, those look like they were from Japan. No, I don't look for specific games. I just hunt for whatever interesting auctions are out there or listings for people to buy themselves. Honestly, my eBay streams are more about just hanging out and gathering and talking about whatever gaming stuff. eBay is literally the background that facilitates the discussion. You'll start to learn that after a while if you tune into my eBay streams. That is one of the biggest piles of not interesting games I've ever seen. 140 games and they somehow don't have a single game in here worth more than $3. I stopped playing Fire Emblem games after the Awakening game or whatever on 3DS. They're cool. I have a hard time getting through them because after a while, resetting over and over to save my character just started bugging me. Though I hear they've gotten a lot better with that in recent games. Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what Steam Machine does. It's definitely going to be a gateway for a lot of people that want something very simplified to hook up to their TV to play PC games. We'll see what happens. I'm pretty sure no matter what that thing launches at, it's still going to sell out, like, instantly. Pretty sure even if it was $1,500, it's going to sell out very quickly. Just also because you always have the scalpers too. The scalpers will buy it up regardless. And scalping is at an all-time high these days with hobbies and such, so I'm sure it's going to be pretty bad. But then again, I guess you can maybe trust Steam to maybe have some good queue system for getting in line for that thing virtually. Any chance I try out the new Fire Emblem? Probably not. No. I think I'd rather play the Tactics remaster before that. Two Spyro games, $57 shipped. Everything else is just a little not worth it. Otherwise, it would have been a good lot. Another foot. It's the new trend on eBay. People, you know, those camera lenses keep getting wider and wider. But make sure you clean up before you take your eBay photos. Or at least do your nails. Make sure your nails look good. Toenails. Have I done Space Channel 5 for PS2? Yes. Unfortunately, playing that game on anything but a CRT is nearly impossible. So when I was streaming that game, I was playing, you know, hooking S-Video and HDMI into my HD TV. I do not recommend that you try playing games like Space Channel 5 or Parappa the Rappa General. I mean, anything. No music rhythm games doing that. Gotta be CRT. Space Channel 5, I will warn you, and this is a big warning, and I'm not joking. Space Channel 5 on the PS2, unplayable if you are not playing that on a CRT TV. So use caution if you're picking that game up, depending on your setup. I actually had to like end the game ahead of time prematurely because I just couldn't play it. It's impossible. Best eBay deal was my Virtual Boy collection. People don't realize how cheap Virtual Boy was back then. I got pretty much the entire collection complete in box for about $300 with the console. Did I watch any of the streamer awards? Hell no. No. They could have said, "Oh, we'll give you $1,000 for a sponsored stream." No, I still wouldn't do it. No interest. Worst deal, a deal that wasn't as expected? Probably nothing. I always know what I'm getting. Unless I'm buying something that is a mystery, right? I'm buying it because I can't tell what's in it, but I usually don't do that for games. Four 360 RPGs. Unfortunately, all of them are probably around $10 each, so this is not really much of a deal. And then Project Sylphid Disc. Man, some people need some lessons in how to take photos for eBay. Goodness gracious. I'll tell you one thing though, they get you to click in because you're like, I can't really see what's in there. Let's click in and see. So hey, maybe that's what they're going for. Crayon Shinshin games. I very rarely, I probably just don't notice them because it's not something I'm looking for. Have you played the Crayon Shinshan Vacation game that came out a few years ago? That's a great little game if you're into Crayon Shinshan. Amazing graphics in that too. I forget the exact name. It's like My Summer Vacation something something. It's a very long name for the game. Oh my god, what is that bit notification? I've never seen that before. That's pretty crazy. All of a sudden I look at my chat and there's like some kittens popping out of the chat screen. Hey, thank you so much, Maniacal. Thank you for the bits. And the cool little animation. Did you get to pick the animation, by the way? I don't even know how that works anymore these days. $285 360 games, 85 sealed. Best way to offload without becoming a full-time job. So the best way that I would recommend if you're looking to like get good bang for your buck, but not have to list every single thing individually, I would pick like your top 10 games, list those individually, right? Go on price charting. Even though price charting is not the end-all be-all, but if you're looking to save time in general, that's a good way to like quickly figure out. Go to price charting, check the highest priced games first. Just go down the list and be like, okay, I have that one, I have that one, I have that one. Do that for like your top 10 games. Sell those by themselves. And then after that, I would make themed lots. A lot of people like themed lots. I love themed lots. And what I mean by that is take all your racing games, put them in a lot, or maybe like make 2 racing game lots of like 5 games, 8 games, 7 games, whatever you want to do. I would do it by like 5 to 7 games. Keeps it reasonable, keeps it affordable for most people to bid on, doesn't like make it too crazy because there's too many games. Take all your like action RPG games, put them in a lot. All your kids-friendly platformers, put those in a lot. You know, break it down by genre. People love that, and it gets so much more attention on a listing like that than just like selling them individually or selling lots of random games. And when you decide to, you know, get your games up on eBay, just let me know. I'll you know, link people to your listings when the time comes. Is it a curated collection that you have for 360, or is it just like a bunch of random stuff that you got from lots over time? I have not, Shinobi. Any posters? We come across posters. Yeah, when I do a promo search, we come across posters. I'll do a promo search later. See? Exactly what this person did. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, doesn't that grab your attention? You're like, ooh. Look at that. A bunch of, you know, arguably some of them shouldn't be in this lot. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like, you put all the little RPGs together. And if you're really looking to get rid of them, you want to do bidding. Because bidding obviously guaranteed will sell. Start at $1. Then you're taking the risk that it may not go as high as you want. But if you do go the bidding route, I would encourage you to not have everything ending like within an hour of one another. I would spread it across multiple days. And then offer the ability for people to do combined shipping. Like, don't have it auto pay for a week. That way people can actually bid on your other stuff and ask for combined shipping. Look at that Castlevania Symphony of the Night guide. That's one of the most unofficial guides I've ever seen. I love the font type on that. This is a crazy lot. Some big hitters in here. Give me a moment. I'm gonna do some math in my head and let you know what this is worth about. Can't tell what game that is. We'll just skip it. I'm not going to count Cardia because that looks like it's not in the original case. Shoot, I just lost track. Hold on. Hold on. Alright, so not counting all this other stuff like these soundtracks and everything. I'm also not going to count the guides. You're looking somewhere between, on the low end, 1,300, on the higher end, about 1,500. So this person is in the right territory. They're asking 2,000. But they're also including in the price for the console, the magazines, the guides, the soundtracks, most of which are probably fake anyway. Soundtracks are definitely bootlegged often, but you never know. Yeah, so they're definitely like overpricing it for sure, but they're in the right ballpark. So if you bid on something and the winner can't pay or retracts the bid, I believe after the sale, like if the person that wins then later retracts their bid, the seller would have to contact you and offer it to you for your bidding price, I believe is how it works. If they retract the bid and then you suddenly become the winner, then I think it's just like, okay, you're in the lead, you're the current high bidder, and then you just win it for the price. But yeah, if somebody can't pay for whatever reason or retracts their bid after it ends, the seller needs to reach out to you manually and be like, hey, the other person couldn't pay. Would you like to buy it for the price that you bid it at? At least that's how it used to work years ago. I know they blurred the backgrounds on the Switch and PS4 ports of Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, I don't like... Well, what it is, it's not that they intentionally blurred it, it's just that the character models they're using are like so much higher resolution than they used to be. So they really stand out against the backgrounds. It's one of the reasons I would never play those remastered versions of the Final Fantasy games. I would much rather play maybe just the original PlayStation versions, because there the resolution looks right. The character models don't jump out of the backgrounds and become an eyesore. What the hell song is this? Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Okay, I was like, why are we hearing... But that makes sense if it's Marvel vs. Capcom 2. They improved the character models but didn't touch up the backgrounds. Yeah, 8 looks the worst of the bunch. Hello, Osu. Thank you to everybody that likes the YouTube streams, by the way, you guys. You know, I know I was getting annoying with that. Always asking you guys to like the streams, but it's been paying off lately. They've been recommending the stream to so many more people because of it. So thank you to everybody that always liked the streams. We're like regularly breaking over 200 viewers on YouTube every eBay stream now. And I could see the analytics. It brings in a lot of new viewers. $4,000 original Xbox lot. This better be the entire collection, practically. Terrible photos. Man, if you're going to list a lot for $4 grand, you're going to take it out of that trunk and you're going to take some better photos than that. I can't tell if we're looking at a bunch of different photos or all of the same game. Hold on. Like, is this all the same? Okay, so there's the Borderlands game over here. So yeah, this is it. This is $4,000 right here. Games are 98% complete. What you see is what you get. Games are very good to acceptable. Ask any questions, I'm available. You can send a game name and a price. I will view price charting and send an offer back, or you can purchase the whole lot. Oh god. So it's one of those sellers. This isn't Craigslist, this isn't Facebook Marketplace. We don't do that kind of stuff on eBay. So then what happens? So if somebody buys like the 3 best games in here, and then somebody afterwards buys the whole lot, are they going to retake the photos and drop the price, or are they just going to leave it as is? That just screams trouble. Do I have Eco Shadow Colossus Korean release? No. Many years ago I thought about collecting all the regions for Eco, but I never did it. If I could have absolutely everything ever made for only one game franchise and nothing else, what would it be? When you say and nothing else, you mean like I couldn't own any other games? It would just have to be for that one franchise? Hello, Cranible. That's a good question. It would have to be something that would give a ton of value for, like, you owned everything in the series. It'd have to keep you busy for a lifetime, practically. I feel like Final Fantasy would be a good contender for that, because then I would also be able to get Final Fantasy XI with it. I'd probably say Final Fantasy. I'm pretty sure owning every single Final Fantasy in existence, all spin-offs, all everything, including the MMOs, that could last a lifetime. Elder Scrolls games, yeah. No, I don't think that would last as long. If you're gonna play a game series for the rest of your life, it would need to have something that can actually be playable for that long. Have I played Let It Die Inferno? Yeah, I've been playing it a lot since it released. I've been streaming it. I've been streaming it on my gameplay channel. You know, it's nowhere near as good as Let It Die. It's a completely different game, but it's a good game on its own. Yeah, I was playing it on my Portal. It works really, really nicely on the Portal. I was mentioning because there's input delay. Like, the game is already slow and sluggish, so when you play it on the Portal, you don't really notice the lag. So it feels like you're playing it as normal. I noticed it a little bit the first time I tried it, because I was fresh off of, like, playing it on my TV, but yeah, it works nice on the Portal. Yeah, I'm wanting to play Gundam still, but I'm having to wait until I get more of the starter decks. The starter decks are the gate to, like, being able to actually play. And they just came up with a press release a day or two ago saying they're going to reprint a lot of the starter decks, which is good because they're, like, impossible to get a hold of. I've got 3 card game stores by me that do tournaments. You know, not tournaments, but, you know, they play it weekly, which is nice. That means I'll have 3 different places depending on the day to go play up. Once I eventually can get the cards to build the decks. And I wouldn't buy the singles, because the singles for the starter deck cards are... I mean, you're paying like $5-6 for a common card that you get 4 of in the deck. Makes no sense. You just gotta wait until they reprint the starter decks. Oh, you don't see this too often. Not as much as the PlayStation 1 one. Look at this. The freaking screen for the PS2. Man, that would have been cool to have back then. That looks awesome. There's just something so novel about that I love. It's a Bandai card game. What I like about it is it's really simple, really easy to play. I have been playing Gundam. I've just been using a virtual client online. It's called Mobile Suit Arena. Has every card in the game, free to play. And yeah, I was like taking some of the decks from online and practicing with them. My favorite deck right now is Red Blue Midrange with Barbatos. I've been doing pretty decent with that one. So that way when I do go to play in person, I'll at least like have some idea of what the hell I'm doing. And you play against real people, it's not AI. There's generally anywhere between 50 to 100 matches going on at once. So there's a lot of people using it. Have I opened Digimon? I tried, it's just... I don't know. They release sets too often for my liking, first of all. And it was a little hard to get into because I'm not like into Digimon itself. Just some of the cards look cool. I feel like if I was really into Digimon, it would be easier to get into that. Plus, there's not a lot of places by me that actually play it. Gundam's nice because everybody's actually playing it right now. Just need a good excuse to get out once so we can play a card game, and that'll probably be it. Once I can get the cards I need. Colorful. 48 Game Boy Color shells. I feel like you can make a fun little art project with this. Get one of those tables, like the acrylic table, where you like pour the acrylic in there, and you just put these in the table. Encase them. You know what I'm talking about. You've seen those before. Yeah, I don't care about One Piece though. Not watching that show. It's too long. I watched one episode and I'm like, yep, it's good enough for me. Personally, I also hate the character designs in that show. It's not my thing. I read that if you watch every spin-off of the Gundam shows, it's like the equivalent of watching One Piece. Something like 800, 900 episodes of every Gundam show. I think I'd rather do that than watch One Piece. Yeah, no, I have no interest in One Piece. Not my thing. I'd rather watch, like, so many other 10 to 50 episode animes than devote to watching one show like that. Because at that point, if you're watching a show for that long, that many hours, like, it's going to consume you. You don't just watch a 2,000 episode anime and, like, not get more involved with it beyond just watching that anime. I don't know. I'd rather diversify. Lot listings this week. The auctions were really crazy. Lot listings, though, not as much. Let's see what that magazine or that strategy guide lot went for. The strategy guide lot went for $91. So about $2 a guide. Not bad. Still pretty good. Congrats to anybody here that got that. Angel Beats. I don't really watch anime. I'm not a big anime person. I used to watch it back in like the high school days. I don't watch it anymore. Gaming just takes up too much of my time. It's a miracle that I got 12 episodes into a Gundam show. Normally when I try and watch an anime these days, I get like 1 or 2 episodes in and then that's it. I never continue. I feel like if you play a lot of video games, it's really hard to balance that with also watching anime. Right? Like, I like to leave my house and get out and walk in nature. You know? Like, I don't want to be watching anime and playing games. Like, at that point, you're not even walking anymore. You just got Katamari Damacy reroll on PS4. It's a good version. Yeah, I mean it's pretty much just like the original, except just the graphics look way cleaner. It's good. I would definitely play that over the original personally. Plus it's nice and cheap. Yeah, I played reroll on the PC version because there's like a custom mod for it for like speedrunning purposes that I was getting into at the time to make reloading the game like super quick on resets. Yeah, it's good. Fun, very fun version. Yeah, Gundam 00 or 0. I don't even know how you're supposed to say it. That's the one I'm watching right now. Any manga? No, I never got into manga, thank God. And I say that because manga's a whole nother monster. Right? Storing all those books. No thanks. No thanks. Did you guys see the news for 25th anniversary of Lord of the Rings? They're going to be re-releasing all the extended editions in the theaters. I'm going to go to that. I missed the last time they brought them back, I believe, so I would not mind seeing that in theaters again. And then Star Wars in 2027, they're going to re-release A New Hope, right? Like, apparently the original version. Unaltered, hopefully, in theaters. It's a good step, right? We gotta applaud Disney when they make the right choices. They can get it back on track. Just gotta make the right choices. Cool remix for Shenmue. I like this. This is Micah, M-Y-K-A-H, investigating the house. You heard it was altered. Is it the altered version? I swear that I read that it was supposed to be the original version. So is it the special edition? the Han shot first version. Ugh. That's a little disappointing. I don't know what's so hard about just releasing the original, but whatever. We saw this lot last week. I love this lot because it's a PS2 launch lot. Except for the Bouncer. It's masquerading as a launch game. A lot of people think the Bouncer is a launch game, but it's not. It's just an early release on the PS2. I'm gonna link this actually. I just really like this lot. Looks like I already linked them last week. Just the link to click on them is purple. You're gonna take him to see A New Hope. Is it gonna be his first Star Wars experience? That should be fun. It's a good way to start, at least, with A New Hope. Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, it is the Han shot first version. But is it the Han shoots at the same time as Greedo version? That's the visual that I had in my mind. Because there's an edit where they fire at like the exact same time, which looks ridiculous as hell. So is the version that they're releasing gonna have Han shoot first and Greedo just literally sits there and takes the hit? That's the way it should be. As much as I love Greedo. As much as I want him to be the badass in that scene. Yeah, that's the right choice. Get him started on movies at a young age because, you know, the way entertainment is these days, it's very easy for a kid to kind of get into that mindset with like the YouTube shorts and, you know, the shorts for kids and stuff. It's very easy for them to destroy their attention span. So sitting them down and actually having them watch hour and a half, 2 hour movies, it's the way to do it. A lot of people can't watch movies anymore. It's pretty sad. Like, not even just kids, but like people as they get older because of the digestion of like shorts and Instagram and TikTok and all that stuff. It's like, it literally destroys people's attention span. They can't sit through movies anymore. Let's do affiliate. That's what they call brain rot, yeah. Yeah. Is what it is. The edited version. Yeah, the edited version where Han, like, dodges the shot. It looks so bad. It looks so terrible. That's George Lucas for you, though. I just wish he was more embracing of the original version. Out of his hands now, though. Or maybe it is. Maybe behind the scenes. Maybe it's still in his hands. You never know. Maybe he's like, listen, you better not release it. But they're doing it now. Well, you know what? You know what I think it is, too? He's got that museum that's coming out soon, which looks amazing. So maybe now that he's got that off his plate, he feels like just so much more relieved and lighthearted about things. That museum he's coming out with looks really cool. Like, from the outside alone, it looks awesome. Looks like it's from, like, another planet. Alright. We're looking at affiliate. This is everything people bought with my eBay affiliate link. We're going to do Amazon affiliate next week. I think by then it should be enough time for everybody's stuff to have tracked. So we'll take a look at that next week, hopefully. For everybody that used my Amazon link for like Black Friday, Cyber Monday, all that fun stuff. And also like still up until now. If you're buying stuff, it'll still track it. Okay, so starting off, we got Twilight Princess for the GameCube, 90 bucks. Now, remind me again, Twilight Princess on the GameCube. Which is considered the flipped version? Is GameCube considered the flipped one, or is the Wii one flipped? Wii is flipped. That's such a cool idea, though, when you think about it. Like, a mirrored version. If you ever wanted to play it in a new, unique way, just, like, play one of the other versions. New Masterpiece, the Classic Art Auction Edition Vintage Board Game. Okay, let's see what the heck that is. If I can copy this. Come on. Move my keyboard closer here. We're going to be doing a lot of typing. It's like a knockoff Clue or something. Even the dog's really excited. That is a dog, right? It almost looks like a cat-dog hybrid. I miss when everything from the 90s like it was obligatory to have a picture like this on your product or your advertisement. Everybody's super happy. The video game ads. Oh shoot, I thought I dragged it and you guys can't see it. My bad. It was still like sitting on the top window. That picture. Here's the little cat-dog hybrid. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's a dog, but it looks weird. So there are some people that have success getting it to work with the app, but unfortunately what you have to do is like you have to open it on your PC browser and then try and check out through mobile. I don't know if anybody here still has a method where they... Do any of you have a method that still works for you where you're able to get it to track when you're checking out on mobile? You'd have to use the browser version on your tablet or phone. If it redirects to the app, it's not going to work. Pretty sure it doesn't. Got our Nicorette. Hold on. Every time they're on here, I try and pronounce this right. Lozenge? Lozenge? And then we got Oasis, Be Here Now, mini disc. Well, there's... Mini discs are back. The collection continues to grow. Chemdream on a roll. Kept blocking you? You were trying to send messages on Twitch and they were blocking you? Oh, like typing in the chat would give you an error? Lozenge. 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 You Can't Stop the Bum Rush mini disc. Devious Weasel, The Lesser Houses box. Social Combat? That's another board game? Let's see what this is. Cool art. This looks new. What year is this? 2018. Yeah, I was gonna say that. I looked at that art. I'm like, that doesn't look like old art. The Story of the Clash mini disc, $133. Your newborn is enjoying the music of the stream. Yeah, I like these remixes. They're fun. Bomberman Hero, authentic cart only, $25. I think I rented Bomberman Hero. I don't remember loving it, but I was like diehard Bomberman 64 fan. And sadly, because of that, I think I avoided Second Attack because I'm like, well, I don't remember liking Bomberman Hero. So I never got Second Attack. I'm sure everybody regrets that one. SmackDown, the PS1, WWF. Turok Dinosaur Hunter for the N64. One of these days I gotta get my revenge and try and play Turok again. I remember being too scared to play that. I think I rented it. It's a dinosaur horror game. Those are scary games back then. WrestleMania for the N64 and Warzone. So I'm picking up a bunch of wrestling. A napkin holder farmhouse solid wood dovetailed handmade rustic. Yeah, they didn't think I'd look at this. Nope, we're definitely gonna look at it. The stranger things you buy on here, the more likely I am to look at it. Oh yeah, the old school ones where like the wood folds over to keep it in place. It's actually nicely made. Furikake Volume 1, Mika Hikazo? Art book illustration? It's probably from the same person that bought those other art books last week. Yep, looks pretty colorful. Looks pretty normal to me. Top Gear Rally 2 for the N64, $20. That one's a little more expensive than the first one, especially if you're looking to get complete. Extreme G3, or sorry, Extreme G2, $10. Can't go wrong with that. Roadsters. Man, there was a point years ago where I bought all of these same games for the N64. I bought cart versions of them, but like all the games that you bought, I also bought. All these racing games. Because they're so cheap. A lot of them are super cheap. Roadster's a little more expensive. But there's a lot of cheap racing games on N64. Sealed Pink Floyd Momentary Lapse of Reason mini disc. 400. Chemdream. Chemdream is going on a mini disc rampage. I think that's the most expensive one. Let's check it out. That's a cool one. Still sealed. The question is, do you plan on opening it? Twisted Radio, I Am Santa Claus, 1993. I gotta see the cover for this. It just sounds so... It's like, what cover? Ah, they can't find it. I hate it when they do that. Penny Racers cart only. Mega Man 6 for the NES, complete for $200. I can remember being so proud of owning my cart for Mega Man 6 back in the day. That was a pretty hard to get an NES cart back then. It used to be one of the more expensive ones, believe it or not. Back before NES games got crazy. Like before the times where most NES carts were like all under $100. This was a pretty sought after one. King of Fighters. Steelbook edition. Eye mask wrap around blindfold sleep sulking mask. JJ72 self-titled debut album. Never even heard of them. Rare only copy on eBay. Well, it's Chem Dreams now. Hulk Hogan, Bo Jackson, Bowling, Football, Tiger, LCD Games, Lot of 4. I love that this week's affiliate review is practically the same thing as last week's. It's just that the people that bought things last week are continuing to buy the same things this week for their collections. What is this trumpet right now? You're waking up the baby. Who had the newborn? You're waking up Beast Mode's baby with this music. This is Choo Choo Rocket, by the way. No, Phoenix, they only live for a few years. Nice and clean. Nice clean tiger handles. It's nice when you can get them like super clean and white like this instead of yellowed. Greatest Polka Hits by Yankovic, Frank Yankovic. Coach Mickey Satchel Leather Shoulder Silver Purse Handbag. Oh, you know we're about to judge. We are about to judge the handbag. Well, it is indeed a leather handbag. So I'm not a handbag person. So is this like genuine leather, Coach? I know there's a lot of fakes out there for handbags and stuff, so it's probably something you got to be very knowledgeable on. Rare Offspring mini disc. Man, it's so hard. It's so rare to see a mini disc under $100, or at least the ones that ChemDream is buying. Apple iPhone 15 Pro Max unlocked, very good, $509. RAM mini disc, $90. And oh my god, it's complete season 1 DVD, $12. I know that's a very popular one. I don't know anything about it. Listing for Tunnel Transforce Digimon card lot. Whoa, that's a lot of money for Digimon cards. Let's see what this is. Oh, vintage ones. I would explain why. I wonder, I don't know if that's like the original set. Sure looks old though. Oh wait, these are the Upper Deck ones? So are these the ones that are just art cards, or are they like ones you actually play with? I wonder. And then somebody bought, wow. Somebody bought a Walkman portable mini... Oh, never mind. A Walkman portable mini disc player. Well, I guess we know who that was. They did the original TCG. Okay, so it was Upper Deck. And there it is. I guess if you're buying all those mini discs, well, at this point, this is nothing, right, compared to the cost of the mini discs. Pretty crazy. Well, I think we got to give the purchase of the week to the mini disc player itself, because all that buildup, all those mini discs, for the recorder itself to finally be picked up. But yeah, thank you to everybody who used the affiliate link. Always appreciated. The link for that is always in my YouTube stream and video descriptions, and on Twitch, it's in the About section. Check auctions. I think it's been long enough. Yeah, we can check auctions and see what else is ending. You almost have a complete set of the first Digimon. Those are the coolest looking ones in my opinion. I bought a couple of packs of those when I was younger. I did think they looked really neat. I never really got into them though beyond like what I initially bought. But I just love the grid pattern look that they had. Cold Sip Saga. Finally calmed down on the price of that game. That was getting to be very expensive during the 360 price apocalypse. I'm sure some of you remember that. I think it was nearing like $150, maybe even $200 at one point. Always one of my favorite NES covers. Also, it looks like I popped into auctions too soon. We'll have to come back later. We're seeing repeats. This cover is just always so goofy to me. What a cover. It's like an 80s fitness trainer with a white line. Never played this game. Turn-based RPG, though. I would like to play it one day. Move over, Dragon Quest. Alright, let's look up promo, because I said I would look up promo earlier. Hello, Rubsy. How do we want to do this? Newly listed. Donkey Kong early 2000s promo display. Who are you? Oh yeah, I remember when they were doing that. Man, Nintendo had some really weird marketing campaigns back in the day. Who are you? Are you your job, your possessions, or perhaps you are the actions? Are you what you want to be? Are you who your parents think you are? Are you what you were born with? Or are you more? There are alternate lives for all of us to live and alternate people for us to be. Nintendo gives us the opportunity to explore our braver, smarter, more compatible selves. It gives us a chance to unleash what's in us, to channel all our pent-up emotions. Nintendo offers you the widest range of personalities to live your other life through, your game life. Who are you? This is a Nintendo marketing campaign. Oh my god. I mean, it's pretty amazing, this little promo booklet. He's literally transforming into Donkey Kong in the most horrific way possible. Oh my goodness. Did they do one of those for every character? That's pretty amazing. That one there is horrifying. His Animorph's first transition screen. That's pretty good. Yeah, World of Nintendo signs, like official ones, you're not finding those for under like $2,000 or $3,000 these days. Just to put it into perspective, these were always expensive. If you were to see something like this on eBay about 15 years ago, this would have still been about $600 to $1,000 for this sign. Those are always expensive. Well, if they have World of Nintendo, that's very important to distinguish. If it's just a Nintendo sign, they were generally pretty cheap. But if it has the official seal and World of on there, that made it so much more expensive. It's up 30. There were some pretty cool auctions earlier. There's a lot of auctions that were ending tonight. Apparently, this is the Sunday of the year where everybody's listing things. We're going to check in on it again later. Smash Brothers Brawl double-sided launch poster. That's pretty neat. Nice and simple and clean without a bunch of GameStop logos on it. I actually like this side better because that's artwork that you don't typically see. Vinyl banner for Game Boy Color. Nice wow, that is a cool. Alright, we gotta give it to the French. They got the most badass Pokemon Gold and Silver poster I've ever seen. Look at that, they're battling out in the sky. That looks so cool. Look at Ho-Oh just like looking into your soul. And you know it's authentic because it's got a little bit of water damage going on there and some old tape. The only thing is a lot of people still flood eBay with these magazine inserts. They fool you into thinking it looks like a poster for a split second. Wow, nobody bid on these. If they combine shipping, you can literally get these original Atari cutouts for $1. Looks like someone may have... Nope, Tempest is still there. Unless they're reproductions, but they did say they've been sitting in a basement for 40 years. It just goes to show you like how much people not super into Atari these days. Even though they come out with the new Ataris and new games and everything, but like promos like that would normally not sit around. Unless they don't combine shipping, then they're no longer $1. Astrobot plush. It is a nice plush. I bought this last year. I think I bought it during Black Friday. Video Games Plus. Sega Flash Volume 22 Sonic R promo demo disc. I wonder if these demo versions of Sonic R are any different in any way. Even if it's just like a small menu change. Yeah, apparently there's problems going on with chat right now. Like, people are trying to send messages, but they're getting errors or something. Did I buy anything good? I don't buy on these eBay streams. I let other people buy with the things I find. Hello, Globin. Nice Sonic 3 hat. User reports indicate problems at Twitch. Yeah. Yeah, they're having some chat problems right now. Large Donkey Kong Bonanza foam board GameStop promo poster. So it looks like it connected to something else, or you hang it. It's not a bad display. It's the kind of thing now where people look at it and it's like 55 bucks, but give it 20 years, this thing will be hundreds of dollars. But it does look like it's missing something, like something up. I wonder what it was attached to. An enslaved poster. See, it ruined it. These kind of posters would be so much cooler if it didn't have this giant white banner on there. Get 10% off the shares you got when purchased with the game. It's like, I don't mind that, but it's just like, it kills the art so much. I don't mind this, available with the date. I kind of don't mind those. I like those. That, though, is kind of annoying. But in a way, it kind of harkens back to the days of how hard they used to push strategy guides. You remember, like, there were so many people that would buy a game and they just had to get the strategy guide if one existed. You couldn't pass it up. It was like, had to get it. So in a way, it's kind of fun to look back at that, especially for these, like, short single-player action games. Mercury Meltdown poster. Man, you'd have to be a super hardcore fan to get a poster of that game. Last game I got on eBay was a couple months ago. Rampart for Super Nintendo. I used to play Rampart a lot on my Game Boy Color of all things. I used to actually really like that game. It was one of the earliest Game Boy Color games that I got as well. It's cool. I like that game. This thing is hideous every time I see it. Normally I don't see the green version though. It's just every time I see it, the first thing I think of is like somebody's robbing a bank. And this is what they're wearing on their face. Wow. So much Pokemon stuff tonight, but that's a cool promo. Lugia just popping out of that thing. Very nice. Yeah, that'll definitely sell. If people are spending $30,000 on a Pokemon card, you don't think they're gonna spend $1,800 on that badass looking standee? No, that's definitely gonna sell. Ratchet and Clank Future Tools of Destruction 3D Promo Spiral Notebook. That's cute. It's the best Ratchet and Clank too. Oh wait, what is this? Oh. Oh, it actually, okay, it pops out like it's 3D. So it's embossed in a way. Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna link this. There might be a big Ratchet and Clank fan watching that wants that for their collection. Looks like it's one of the only gaming related things they have. Hello, Dan. Appreciate it. It's a nice song. Name entry for Super Hang On. I like it. Oh, wow. We got any Space Channel 5 mega fans here? Limited edition promo box. Incomplete. Imagine wearing the shirt and the hat and everything at the same time. Oh, is this... Wait, trading cards. Oh, is this what Limited Run put out? For trading cards? Oh, that's what it's gotta be. Just incomplete. Oh, damn. I thought it was like some old school... like press kit. No sibling. Rainbow Curse coloring book. Man, I swear, Nintendo used to be the best at coming up with like the perfect promo items for their games to be in theme with the game. Still gotta play Rainbow Curse. It's one of the only Wii U games that I didn't buy and still really want to play. Very hard game to stream though. Can't really stream it. Have to do like a webcam capture of the little handheld. Link the Kirby coloring book. Yep. I gotta link you the seller's store. The links are too long, unfortunately, these days, but it should be easy to find here. Can you still see the main game on the TV? Like, can I game capture it on my TV? What do they show on the TV compared to the handheld? Taco Bell $5 box, PS4 system Destiny promo item. Wait, are they actually selling a used Taco Bell box? That looks disgusting. Oh my god, that is disgusting. It would be different if it wasn't all wet and warped with a stain on the bottom. Oh, it's actually water damaged. With mold specks probably growing on it. That's pretty bad. Box is heavily damaged. But comes with the rare cup as well. Yeah, only drank, you know, used already with people's like skin cells from their lips still attached to it. Well, maybe they used a straw. Well, I think the thing with Pokemon is there's a lot of subsets of fans. Like, you have the people that are genuinely, like, in love with all things Pokemon and always have been. And then you have the people that are nostalgic for the childhood Pokemon that they love, and they kind of just tolerate the newer Pokemon. And then you have the people that are just into Pokemon now as a fad that, like, they don't even recognize most of the Pokemon that are on the cards or in the games anymore, but they still, like, pretend to be into it. There's just so many different types of Pokemon fan out there, which is why it's just, like, so popular, because it's just, there's so many different ways to be into Pokemon, and it's not just through the games, it's not just through the cards. Like, you got all kinds of, you got the anime people, you got the card people, you got the game people, you got the people that are into all three, you got the people that are into it just for the profit of it. Like, it's just too much demand, unfortunately. I'm into it for the nostalgic factor of it. That's why I only collect, for the most part, the original 251. With a focus on the original 151, I don't really care about the newer ones. You're playing Shenmue 3 right now? Did you see the leak for the potential trailer of the 4th game? Pokemon Go Kickstarter mass interest again. Yeah, I missed the Pokemon Go craze. That was so cool when that game came out. Kirby Air Riders countertop display. Oh, it is a cute little countertop display. I like that. I miss these kind. They don't make these kind of countertop displays anymore. Unfortunately, it's not. Oh, it's from Canada. Yeah, nice little itsy bitsy countertop display. These are my favorites. Give it 20 years, this thing will be like $300. Trust me. The only thing that would hold it back, and no shade, is the fact that English is not the first language on here. Unfortunately, a lot of these things, people really want English front and center. That's why I like the promos that you see with like other languages outside of like Japanese, because you know the weebs they love the Japanese posters. But like if it doesn't feature English as the main language, that does hold it back a little bit. But it's so minor on this one, I don't think it would have much of an effect. These are very prevalent if you're a Rogue Galaxy fan. They always had weird bug eyes on them, though. Look at those eyes. Probably the most common level 5 promo item to ever exist for Rogue Galaxy. Shoutouts to Benzo8686. If you know, you know. If you're old school, you know. Hope that guy's well. Yeah, I used to love Benzo's videos. So for those that don't know, used to be an old school YouTuber that pretty much focused on nothing but RPGs, but a specific focus on collecting level 5 stuff, so he was like obsessed with level 5. Used to really like his videos. I actually bought him a hanging standee, like a hanging sign, you know, the mobile signs, the ones that like hang from the ceiling. And it's got the individual parts that like rotate with all the different cardboard artwork on there. I bought him one of those for Rogue Galaxy and sent it to him. And then just one day out of nowhere, his channel just, all the videos disappeared. And then I think he eventually just like took down the entire channel. So now there's nothing. I don't think anybody ever heard from him ever again. It's gone. That's how it is for old school YouTube channels though. That's what happens to a lot of them. Just one day they just vanish, never to be seen again. Thanks, Gabe. Thank you for the 3 years. Appreciate it very much. Got yourself the door face knob now. Just no videos. Yeah, I was gonna say I kind of remember something being there, but yeah, all the videos. Hopefully he just made all the videos private. My guess is he got a line of work that he doesn't want a public persona. Would be my guess. Any Lost Soul Aside fans out there? We got a promo store box. Giant one. Thank you, Magi Magi. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot of old school YouTube channels that are just gone. I really wish they would have left their videos up to preserve them. Old school YouTube in the gaming community is like, it's like a relic at this point. Because most of those channels are gone, or they got rid of the videos or privated them or whatever they did. There's so many channels that I used to be subscribed to that YouTube like auto unsubscribed me from them, I guess because the channel's gone. Here's one of my pieces of Katamari merchandise. Little PSP case. Even I think that one? No, yeah, that's the one I have. I just didn't ever see it outside of the bag. Yeah, this is all promo items. Spider Trigger. He messaged me not long ago. He's still around, but he ain't making videos. Is that a fingerboard or is that... It's a literal skateboard, isn't it? Yep. Imagine getting a poster. Wait, is that really signed? Good luck, love, Vanna White. No, that's got to be on the poster, right? Nah, yeah, that's got to just be on the poster. Thought she signed it for us personally. But imagine getting a poster with your Game Gear with Vanna White on there. That's such a 90s thing. The Harvest Moon cow. Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones. It's probably the best plush they released. For their pre-order bonuses. Masters of Terraskazi foldable poster. Just imagine a time back when the worst thing in Star Wars was this game. The simpler times. You have the dry erase board. That's pretty rare. If you're gonna have one promo item, that's a pretty darn crazy one to have. I think people would pay like at minimum $1,000 for that now. See, this is a little too much like Black Banner going on for my taste. Now, if this was the original 360 logo up here, and then it just said now available, would save $40, but that top part is just kind of killing it for me. It's too distracting. This was one of the most disappointing PS1 games I've played. Vampire Hunter D. Man, that was not as good as I would hope. One of the worst survival horror games on PS1 by far. We love our Ds, but not Vampire Ds. These pens are always available. They must have made a crap ton of these Okage pens. I've seen so many of those over the years. Let's do one more page. Then we'll check auctions. The new auctions should be ending soon. Oh, wow. Oh, it's a game sell sheet. See, game sell sheets are different than a magazine ad. This is something that if you went to a convention and you passed by a booth for the game and they would like hand you out the flyer, that's what these are. Put all the info on it. Great game. I'm a big fan of Monster Madness. At least the 360 version. It's the closest thing we ever got to like a new take on Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Fun. They don't really make games like that too much anymore. Alright, let's check the auctions. Should finally have new ones. Mind teaser. I like this song. Super Monaco GP remix. This is a cool game. For those of you that like survival games, like crafting and survival, I recommend this one. Small Land. It's got a co-op focus, but you can play it single player. Essentially, it's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but a bit more of a fantasy, like, I don't know how to describe it. A less Disney-fied take on Grounded, I guess is the best way of putting it. Like, the environments are just... It's a little bit more realistic looking, I guess is the best way to say it. But I enjoyed what I played of it. The environments are awesome. The thing that ultimately killed that for me, though, was they had an emphasis on base building. I didn't want to build bases. I just wanted to keep exploring, to survive. But that's not really the... They want you to base build. I love how all these games are just called factory sealed video game. Another Crusade is one that I streamed earlier in the year. This is essentially a ripoff of Super Mario RPG. Like straight up ripoff. And I don't mean that lightly. It's essentially like a Temu version. Make-A-Wish version of Mario RPG. With like these marionette puppet looking characters. It's not as good as it looks, trust me. It's okay, it's a serviceable game. You have to pretty much have ran out of every other RPG out there to play, though, to play that one. I spent way too much time glitch hunting the game. One glitch in particular I was very proud of. Yeah, the one where I tried, I wanted to skip a boss. And in order to do that, I had to figure out how to skip a cutscene. You guys remember that stream? The one where I spent like way too much time trying to skip that one boss on the throne, but eventually finally did it. Through like frame perfect pause buffering. If you ever want to break an RPG and glitch hunt an RPG, it's pretty hard typically to find ways to break an RPG because they're so like structured, right? Like it's like how do you can't jump, you just move around, right? There's not too much you can do. Text boxes are how you do it. Basically, like right as you're about to walk into a cutscene, say that you're walking down a hallway and you know on that tile right there, the second you cross that line, your character's like come out and a little cutscene starts where they're like chatting on the screen or something. The way that I always test glitch hunting in an RPG is to try and pause the game or bring up the menu, more so bring up the menu, on the exact frame that you cross into that dialogue happening. And sure enough, it worked in that game. Completely broke it, allowed me to bypass a boss. There were other complications. But if you ever want to have fun and skip a boss in an RPG, that isn't like, you know, a Final Fantasy kind of game that's already well documented, always try the text boxes. Auction for Futurama ending in 20 minutes. PS2 version is, I mean, this is on the lower end for the PS2 version. PS2 version, you're going to pay $250 to $300. Phantasy Star 2 on the Genesis is extremely difficult without a walkthrough. I tried doing it without a guide. Eventually I had to surrender. I think I eventually had to take some tips when I was doing my playthrough. Game is crazy. The dungeons themselves are hard enough without a map. I love the dedication to Dreamcast for the fact that like even the arcade controllers had slots for the VMU. The VMU is such a cool idea. Wish I would have caught on a little bit more. I'm gonna look at the CD condition of Futurama. When you say looks scary, you mean that version in particular has a lot of scratches on it? Excuse me as I type with one hand all the way off to the side. Keep my keyboard way off to the side. Where is it? Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't bet on that. I've seen my fair share of scratch PS2 games. This will probably work fine, but that scratch there concerns me. Yeah, I'd be concerned. The person buying this is definitely refurbishing it. Yeah, chat is broken, unfortunately. I'm gonna pin a message in chat. Yeah, a lot of people are getting errors. I'm trying to send a chat message. Twitch is currently having chat errors. If you're trying to send a message. It may not always go through right now. Yeah, I wouldn't bid on this, not unless you're refurbishing it. You finally made it to body 6 and let it die. Oh yeah, I made it to body 6 and let it die Inferno off stream. Yesterday? Today? I don't remember. I was playing on my portal. Yeah, I made it to the final level. Immediately got destroyed by the first 2 humanoids I ran into. I was forced into fighting them with epic gear before I had any legendary. Died instantly on it. So here's a lot where you're getting, how many memory cards? 3 memory cards. So Jack and Daxter, if it's complete, is at least $20 these days, believe it or not. Looks like it's got the manual poster. So you're getting the official memory cards here. Memory cards typically are around $10 each if you buy them individually. But for this purpose, let's just say you're getting $20 in memory card value. Jack and Daxter's $20, and then you're getting Marker Cree X-Men Legends, which is also about a $20 game. 15 to 20. So this is actually a pretty good lot. Free shipping. I'll link the seller for you guys. They also have PS1 lots also with memory cards. More PS2 lots without memory cards. Free shipping, but that ends in 5 days. Well, if I'm using my portal, play it anywhere. But generally not in bed. It's pretty... I like to sit up when playing games. Like sit. Literally sit. Jack and Dexter won the best. That's my favorite. I'm a die-hard fan of the original. I think it's okay to be a die-hard fan of the original because in my eyes, I almost feel like they're 2 different series. I view Jack and Dexter 1 as like a separate entity to 2 and 3. Like, I can be a hardcore Jack and Dexter 1 fan and not necessarily be a hardcore fan of the next 2 games. Because to me, Jack and Daxter on the PS2 is... It is one of the few, like, in my opinion, 10 out of 10 style 3D platformers out there. And I say that in the sense that, like, I feel like that game does nothing wrong. It's, like, near perfect for the genre. You know, I would hold it up in the same regards as, like, what Mario 64 was doing in terms of, like, 3D platforming in general. Just because Jack and Daxter on PS2 was so groundbreaking for the time because of it gave you the illusion that you were in a giant open, no loading screen world to explore, which was mind-blowing at the time. That is an ugly box. I hate stretched images. Kirby is not supposed to be stretched like that. You found a rare Katana +5. You found the blue Katana +5. That is insanely lucky. Do you know how much that blueprint is worth, by the way? You can You could probably charge like, not that anybody would be able to afford it, but you'd probably be able to charge like 150,000 kill coins for that thing. Because even just the +3, people are expecting like 100,000. Sealed Pokemon collection. Silver, gold, emeralds, Coliseum, platinum, black. This has bids, by the way, $7,000. Holy smoke! I'm gonna put this off to the side. We're gonna see what this goes for. What do you guys think? I don't pay attention to. Wait, those aren't even sealed. Are these sealed? Okay, I think the inside is sealed. Wait, is that sealed? Looks like it. Okay. And I have no idea. I don't know anything about sealed game prices. It's not my thing. It's even got crushing. I'm gonna keep it off the side. Let's see if people pay for that. Well, didn't it have like a plastic seal on it though? A little piece of like sticker, the circular sticker? Or was it like loose to open up? Yeah, the circular sticker. So technically it's kind of opened somewhat. That sounds cool, J-Hit. Is it only slanted to come out for Steam right now? Let me know when the game's getting ready to come out. I don't typically like playing demos. I like to experience the full game. This sounds like something I'd be into. Binder with 56 discs. PC games. Man, it's got to be fun to be a collector of PC games if you don't care about having the big bucks. You just want like the disc or the little manual. You'd be able to make a killing. Your money would go so far because this stuff is like so cheap when it's just a disc. What was that $20,000 Yu-Gi-Oh game? That's just the Game Boy Color game sealed. Like a lot of the Yu-Gi-Oh games back then, it would have promo cards inside, and the cards are worth a ton of money. So if you're getting mint condition cards from inside the game, you know, it's got that. They're not selling it for you to open, but there's just that value in there because they know how rare that is. Autographed by Tifa and Yuffie. Tifa with the little heart. You know the person that got this sign, their heart was fluttering when they met Tifa, and she signed that little heart. Gotta get Eric next. Oh, they had him sign a sealed copy? Oh, come on. Man, they had it signed just to flip it. Don't have someone sign a sealed game. Bust that thing open, have them sign the inner sleeve. Yeah, plus that ink will probably start to disintegrate on that plastic, no? I wouldn't trust that. I don't mind buying somebody else's autograph game, but there does come with the risk of like not knowing if it's truly authentic. If it's personalized, I want nothing to do with it. Like if it's personalized to somebody else, I definitely could not own that. I love these boxes. I'm envious of Australia. Imagine if our greatest hit boxes were this. I freaking love these boxes so much. That's hot. With flames all around and everything. Oh my goodness. With a red, like a flame red box. I love that so much. I wish something like Eco came in a box like that. Or could you imagine Last Guardian in a box like that? I'd collect them. I'd go out of my way to get games in that box. That's hot variants. You'd love a signed copy of Mario 1. There was maybe like one or two opportunities in where I could have like went to have Miyamoto sign something, but man, the line at that time, you would have had to be in line for over like at least 24 hours. You'd have to line up to even have a chance at getting him to sign something. If I had him sign something, I mean, it's cliche, right? But I'd have to have him sign my box for Mario 64. My original box. Even if it's a little crushed and, messed up, that's my original box. I'd have him sign that. What would I have him sign, though, if I wasn't going for something so obvious? I don't know. What would you guys have him sign if you had to pick something that wasn't Mario, wasn't Pikmin? What would you have him do? Wasn't Zelda? Man, I'm telling you, Australia. Look at all these different variants they have. They have real life games. Real life games. Games for you. And that's hot. They had all the cool box variants. Wii Music. I like that one. That's a good choice. Actually, yeah, having Miyamoto sign something Wii themed for me would be kind of cool. Maybe like signing a literal Wii. Oh my god, the lens of the Virtual Boy. I like that one. I think that's my favorite one so far. Yeah, having him sign the Virtual Boy. Holy smokes. Have him sign it with a red marker on like one of the black parts. That would look so cool. You saw a written tutorial online where a guy refurbished a Donkey Kong game and didn't realize he scrubbed off Miyamoto's signature. Oh my goodness. That sounds painful. ZPF, I'm not sure what that is. Remind me. Apparently all the good auctions were earlier. Why are we... Everything is from everything is this one seller right now. What the heck? Everything comes from there. They flooded the listings. Everything's ending at the same time. It's kind of annoying. No, I don't. Honestly, I don't really pay attention to Kickstarter stuff anymore. But if it's coming from Megacat Studios, that means it's probably going to get a port to the Evercade. I might pick it up on that. Here's a chance to potentially get Sylphied for... Sylphied. Yeah, Sylphied. Sorry, I was thinking of Project Sylphied. For $10 with shipping. Oh, wait, hold on. A little bit of like a... Is that water damage? Or is it just a curve in the art? You guys see what I'm seeing, right? If you look right here. I think it's just a bend in the artwork. I'll link it. It's not an expensive game by any means, but $10 shipped is definitely below the curve of what you'd spend for that game by itself, which would normally be more in the realm of like 20 to 30. Foil game covers, yeah. Well, foil game covers used to be pretty rare back in the day, especially outside of working designs. Embossed games, games with slip covers. There were a lot of little things that if someone went above and beyond would definitely be a weakness for a lot of people to just buy automatically. I definitely missed the time where games would just randomly come with a little cardboard slipcover. I'm telling you, I used to buy games just based on that. I'd look at the cover, I'd be like, this looks cool, I'm going to get it because it has a cardboard slipcover. It just added a little bit of extra prestige to it. And most of the time, those games ended up being crap. But I had to take the chance. Thinking of so many of the games on DS that I bought because they had a little slipcover. Let me see, do I have any within immediate grabbing distance here? Not seeing them. No. Yeah, there were a few on DS. Some weird mushroom game. Dokomodake, or whatever it was called. The Twister game, I think, had one too, with like a foil cover. Oh, I'll take a slipcover any day. I don't like steelbooks. At least slipcovers still blend in nicely with the rest of your collection, if the spine matches. I don't know, we'll see, Pat. Yeah, so this Transformers game that I showed you, the one from Japan earlier, the Takara one, is a different game from this one. A lot of people assume they're the same game. They're two different games. Just following back on that from earlier. Oh yeah, when is this Pokemon auction over? It's over in 26 minutes. $7,000 still. Yeah, this remix is by Hotline Sehwani. Sehwani. It's a nice remix. What do I think of the new Atari 2600 cartridges? I haven't gotten into any of that yet myself, but I think it's really cool that Atari is kind of like resurrecting itself in that way. Printing new games and original boxes like that that work on 2600s. I think it's really cool. I wish more legacy publishers would get into stuff like that. Like Sega, I think that'd be awesome. Imagine if Sega themselves just started like, all right, by the way, we're just gonna start re-releasing like new Genesis games in original packaging. How awesome would that be? Even if it was something that they released digitally, whatever, but as long as they like put it on the Genesis, packaged it up in original packaging, people would go crazy for that. Imagine if Nintendo released new NES games on NES carts in like the original packaging. Oh my god, goldmine. Yeah, Mega Man, I was thinking about that when I was explaining. Mega Man 9, I believe, did it. 10? I don't know, I didn't follow too much with 10. But yeah, they did something like that. It's the only thing Atari is known for. Listen, they gotta make their stamp some way. As long as they're still around and they're still relevant. Yeah, we got an Outrun remix now. One of my favorite Outrun songs. Compares prices of physical games across North American retailers. You mean like for modern games? Or like modern and retro? I mean, it sounds useful. As like a quick way to find out who has the thing cheapest. As long as it like thoroughly scrubs everything, including like eBay, Amazon, all that kind of stuff. But I mean, I think a lot of people would still come on eBay, search the game they're looking for, and then just use like lowest first. So as long as it makes that a little bit less tedious. Because using lowest first doesn't always give the best results. It's kind of cluttered sometimes. You're going to get a lot of things you're probably not looking for. I've never seen somebody stack DS carts like this for a listing. I'm just staring at it. It's oddly satisfying to look at. The problem with Pure Solar and the Genesis, it's the original version unpatched, so there's a lot of balance problems in that version. That's why I had to originally stop playing the game, because it was just... There were a lot of issues with balance in that version of the game. It would go from being too easy to like too hard, or you don't get enough experience, kind of like it was just... There were a lot of issues with it. Alright, these auctions don't end until 6 a.m., so this will be the last page. Stores that have a physical presence. Yeah, that's pretty unique. So like people that want to search around outside of eBay, makes sense. Wish you luck with it, sounds like a cool project. Well, any versions past Genesis would be patched and fixed, I believe. So you'd be fine with anything else. Good night, Eloquence. Well, the thing about Pure Solar that you gotta remember is that game was really popular at the time because I don't know if anybody remembers this, but that was like one of the first games built for the ground up for a retro console with a physical release like that. I think a lot of people that, if you weren't really paying attention to the retro gaming scene at that time, how mind-blowing it was to wake up one day and realize that there is a brand new physical Genesis game coming out. I think people nowadays are very spoiled with the homebrews and the reproductions, but back then, getting a built for the ground up game for your Genesis, an RPG no less, was like mind-shattering. That was the one that kickstarted it all. That game really helped kickstart the whole like homebrew scene for home consoles, in my opinion. Especially cartridge. I remember making a video on that damn game before it even came out. Hyping it up. I don't remember it lifting off, no. I enjoyed the playability. I thought Pure Solar was really like well made. It just had balance issues. That's the problem with it. I thought they definitely didn't like. They definitely didn't skimp on the presentation of the game. Just that there were just problems with balance with the fights and the experience and everything. Encounters. Taiwan Sonic 3D Blast. PLASC. Cool cover. I like the Amy art in the background. That's pretty unusual. Nice little bootleg for you. I love how the back is just screenshots. That's all you need. You don't need anything else. Just look at the visuals. Long battles, cryptic progression. Yeah, it's pretty old school in that style. People expect something a little different these days from turn-based RPGs in that style. They expect more something akin to like Sea of Stars and the Octopath games, stuff like that. They want those battles to be quick and snappy. A lot of people can't handle those slower battles anymore. Oh yeah, I said that was the last page. Let's try, search for RPG, since we're talking about RPGs. It's a nice listing. Not buy it now, though. Oh yeah, the Pokemon listing. 15 minutes. Hope I don't forget. Curious to see if they get higher bids. Didn't I interview the Watermelon Games guy on All Gen Gamers? I don't even remember, to be honest. If we did, you got a better memory than I do. This is a PS1 RPG, by the way, that we never got in the US. It's a PAL version of it, though. Blaze and Blade, Eternal Quest. Here it's okay. I do have it, haven't played it yet, though. Cute little RPG lot. Star Shinino Kuni, Dragon Quest XI. All priced about right, because all of these are about $10 games. This isn't bad. You're getting the new Star Ocean. Valkyrie Elysium. Oh, they must have flipped the cover art, because that's not the original cover art. And Scarlet Nexus, $30. This actually feels like a pretty good deal. Star Ocean's not even that old. That came out, what, 2 years ago? Year and a half ago? 2 years? It's not that old. I'm going to link this seller. They seem to have quite a bit of these $30 listings. You might find something good in here. Was it really 3 or 4 years ago already? Holy crap, it feels like just yesterday I tried that game. $2022. Jeez. Time goes too quick. Yeah, that time when they took that chance and they were like, you know what? Let's release like 8 RPGs all within the span of 2 months of one another. That'll go well, right? Like, let's release a whole bunch of games that target the same audience, practically. Let's release them all at the same time. I'm sure we're going to sell tons of copies that way. Yeah, that bombed. Yeah, that 2022 RPG bonanza that Square Enix had is like the reason why they scaled back releasing more obscure stuff now. They got the Mario RPG Yoshi plush. This price is real, by the way. Like, this is what people would probably expect for something like this. So Mario RPG in Japan had a literal plush series. That's the mushroom. People want $3,000 for it. They're not going to get $3,000 for it. As you can see, people in Japan are like hoarding these plushes. But if you notice, he actually kind of looks like Yoshi from Mario RPG on Super Nintendo. They did a really good job of capturing the look of that series in these plushes. I don't think a Geno plush was ever confirmed. It was a Mallow plush that was like elusive, that existed in a screenshot online from Japan, and the Mario collecting plush community for about a decade had to question whether it was real or not, and eventually somebody found one. I don't remember the prices they went for, but I think Mallow went for, like, the first sale of it many years ago was like, it was an astronomical amount. I can't remember the exact amount, but it was somewhere between like $5,000 and $10,000. I'm just ballparking here because I can't remember what it was, but I just remember saying to myself, holy crap, it was crazy. I think 2 have come up for sale in all these years for Mallow. 2, maybe, no more than 3. No more than 3. The Mallow looks really good. Yeah, the Mallow looks amazing. Let's see. Yeah, there's no Geno. Trying to see what the official image is. Okay, here's the original picture. Yeah, here, yeah, they have a whole listing for this. Super Mario Plush Wiki. Oh my god, this site is so annoying. Yes, I'm using an ad blocker, leave me alone. Well, I'm like trying to drag the window in here and it's like freezing up my computer practically. I think it literally just like froze my computer. I don't even know if you guys can still hear me. I tried to like pull it out of a tab and drag it into my current window and it just froze my entire PC. Can't click on anything. Give it a second. Still hear me? Yeah, I literally can't click on anything. Okay, it's finally like freeing itself up, I think. It really did not like me going to this site and trying to pull this tab down. I don't know what happened. Like completely locked up. Okay, it's slowly letting me move the tab. Crazy. I think I just minimized it. Okay, come on. This is fandom.com. Like, I don't know what's going on here. I'm still struggling to move this freaking thing. It'll be worth it, though, if I can eventually gain control back. Oh. Waiting. Maybe I gotta... Nope, can't click that. I'm gonna have to minimize it and then try again in 5 minutes. If I can't even minimize it. Can't click on anything. Taskbar, nothing. Like, I've never seen something like this before. This is crazy. Have any of you ever heard of something like this? You try and drag a tab from one window to another and it locks the entire PC. Like, can't even click on my taskbar right now. Nothing. But I can still see your chat coming through on Twitch, which is the craziest, or YouTube, which is the craziest thing. And Twitch. I can't move anything. There it goes. Like, it's moving like half an inch at a time. I don't know what's going on. It just clicked on Rapid Fire's name. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, we good? I'm slowly moving it. There we go. Jeez. Alright, there it is. So the original picture is right here. This was the OG mythical picture of Mellow. So this is all we had to go off of for years and years and years and years, was this photo from Yahoo Japan Auctions. This is the Mario RPG mushroom. There's the Mallow plush back there. So people for so long were tortured by this image because no one had ever seen a Mallow plush before. They thought it was fake. They thought it was maybe like handmade. And then I don't know if this popped up before one came for sale on eBay, but here's another one that confirmed that it's pretty much real right there in the top left. And there's the Mario RPG Yoshi. I think that's the Mario. And then here's a third listing. And then here, oh, is that the price? 281,000 yen. Which at the time, I don't know what that would have converted to based on the conversion rates at the time. That's Yahoo Japan Auctions though. That's not eBay. When it showed up on eBay, it went crazy. Look, here it is. I told you it was something ridiculous. This is the first eBay sale. $20,000. Alright? So for all you people out there that make fun of plush collectors, you know, perhaps people that have a giant collection of Sonic the Hedgehog plushes Who's laughing now, right? Plushes are crazy. They don't underestimate vintage video game plushes. 20,000. It's a relic, like literal relic though. That is the holy grail of Mario RPG plush collecting. Nothing even comes close. And there's a nice clean image of it. One of the only images of the Mallow plush. I love how they try and make it sound like super elusive. It's like, oh, even the photo is rare. Average price $200 to $21,000. Yeah, because the original listings were selling for about $200. Not even. Crazy. Anyway, there he is. The elusive Mallow plush. The only official Mallow plush to ever exist. Alright, Pokemon's ending in 4 minutes. Still at 7,000. Oh, that's what we looked at earlier. Yeah, it's going to be a little redundant because I'm searching RPG. So if they put rare in the title, we're going to see it again. Or lot, rather. I don't think I searched rare tonight. Actually, yeah, we didn't do rare. It's like, we got to do rare. Always search that. Okay, brain rot. New filters we got to do. Roadblocks. Wait, that's good enough. Nope, still comes through. See, you can't filter some of these stupid things out. It's so annoying. Hell, adopt. Adopt. They still come through because they don't put keywords in the title. They just put, like, the name of the stupid thing. So that you can't get rid of them. How do I feel about Golden Sun Game Boy Advance? In my opinion, one of the greatest RPGs ever made. Visually stunning, some of the best music ever for an RPG. Probably one of my favorite, if not my favorite, battle theme in any RPG ever. Visuals still look freaking amazing, what they pulled off in that game with like giving the fake 3D looking battles. That's the only thing I don't like about Golden Sun are the puzzles in the dungeons. If it wasn't for that, it would be incredible. Oh, the Sonic hanger. It's a nice promo. I like it because the Sonic in the name is like super bright orange. Yeah, Golden Sun is one of those games where the battle music never gets old. Like, every time, I used to look forward to getting into every battle in that game because the battle music was just so good. Like, that is the perfect normal battle theme for an RPG. Oh, the price on this came down hard. Yeah, I remember because of some YouTube video, the price of this Wizard of Oz RPG went crazy. Unless this is just the box and the manual. Maybe it is. The game case of manual. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's come back down. It's a cool game. It's not worth hundreds of dollars, but if you're a fan of like Dungeon Crawlers and Wizard of Oz, it's kind of cool. I played Lost Age when it came out. I really don't remember too much what I thought about that game. I never finished it though. I didn't like it as much as the first one. I was just really into the first game. Definitely need to play all 3 Golden Sun games again at some point. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. No, I don't know too much about that one. You hated Prime 4? Yeah, unfortunately Prime 4 is a little contentious right now. I feel bad though, because I know the pain for the people that like had to wait so long for that game. I really hope everybody that waited that long for the game enjoyed it. Alright, imagine me waiting a decade for The Last Guardian and then I hated the game. That would be terrible. Is that literally a fat chocobo and a portrait on a hooded sweatshirt? Oh, it ended already. Alright, no more bids. $7,000. Anticlimactic. It is indeed a fat chocobo on a portrait. We kind of talked about it at the start of the stream, so I'm not really going to bring it up again, but the open world desert is definitely one of the things that I think is one of the least liked aspects of the game right now. I'll eventually try it one day, but when the game's a lot cheaper. I think I'm done with $70 games right now for this year. Wow. That is a nice poster. Love the background art on that. 8 Final Fantasy X glossy posters. These are official? Made in Taiwan. Very nice. I think my favorite one. I've always been a huge fan of the cover art for 10. The Una one is nice. I think the Oran one though is my favorite just for the background. The only time I'll buy, like, I bought Let It Die Inferno for, like, the Ultimate Edition because I know I'm going to play that game a ton, so I'll get my money's worth out of that, but these $70 games that, like, I'm feeling, like, certain vibes from it where I'm like, man, I'm not sure I'm going to like that. And they're not something that you would play for more than a couple nights. I don't know, just a little more hesitant to pick up stuff like that on day one. No rush. I don't feel any pressure to be like, oh, I gotta play Metroid because it's like, oh, it could be one of my favorite games of the year. It's like, whatever. I just make my own conclusions at the end of the year, the games I enjoyed, not necessarily have to play everything. Do I regret Kirby? No, Kirby's awesome. I still want to play more Kirby. I enjoyed Kirby. Still want to play it while the online is still a thing. While people can still queue for a race. Even though at this point, I'm pretty sure if people are still playing Kirby Air Riders, they're probably way better at the game than I would be at this moment. If I would have kept up with playing that every day, especially the top ride mode, man. The thing that really turned me away, though, was there's no ranking system in Kirby Air Riders. You literally just play for the fun of it. Yeah, there's a ranking system, but you can't compare your rank to anybody. But here's the original Sonic Adventure Amy plush. I actually used to have this, and then for some dumb reason I decided to sell it like 12, 15 years ago. I think I only got $200 or $300 for it. As you can see, people now expect $2,400 for it. The power of plushes for vintage video games. And this is also washed. They definitely washed this plush. I could see like the pitting of the fabric. ran that thing through the freaking washing machine. Or no, they probably hand wiped it. You ain't fooling me. I could tell by the fabric. Oh yeah, I see what they did. No, you ain't tricking me. The vinyl that normally peels off, they completely took the vinyl off, and now it's just like the fabric that was underneath. Which, to be fair, does look nicer, because once the vinyl starts peeling, it looks kind of crummy. It looks like she's wearing like denim shoes. No, that's just like the vinyl has completely peeled off. Oh god, look at the shoes on that one. Naked Baby Mario. Okay, we're getting into the weird. So I want you to just look at these 3 listings right here, back to back. We're definitely getting into the weird side of eBay listings right now. Some weird looking Sonics. As crazy as this is official. That is a real Sonic Adventure plush. Will we ever get a Switch version of Triple Deluxe Kirby Yarn or Planet Robot? I wouldn't doubt it. Nintendo loves their ports, you know. They're kind of random with it, though. They seem to wait a long time to port games sometimes. Have a good night, Buck. Soap's Shoes Sonic is the rarest. No, that's just one of the most sought after. I mean, he's pretty uncommon, but there are way more rare Sonic plushes out there beyond Sonic Adventure 2 Sonic. It's just that that's one of the most well-made Sonic plushes in existence to this day. And it being uncommon makes it pretty desirable price-wise. Like, it's going to be expensive. Some of my Sonic plushes are like crazy rare. Just that people either don't know about them or they're so hard to get that you just can't find them. Apparently Hooters had a Sonic promo and decorated the whole place in Soap Shoes Sonic plushes. Really? What were they giving away? What was the promo? That's kind of a weird collaboration. That's kind of odd. Considering Sonic is for kids and all at the end of the day. Toe Jam and Earl Back in the Groove plush. That's the first time I'm seeing this. I have Toe Jam and Earl figures that I got from the Kickstarter. I wasn't aware of a plush though. Maybe that was like a higher tier. Oh, from the Yeti. That would explain it. It might have been exclusive. I wish that game was a little better. It was okay. It was alright. It was just neat to see a new Toe Jam and Earl game. Sonic Forces X Hooters collab. Man, that's crazy. That's quite the collab. I bought what? They had like some figures for Toe Jam and Earl for the Kickstarter when the new game was coming out. I backed it enough to get Toe Jam and Earl figurines, which are nice. They're nice figures. Sonic Superstar is decent. It is worth playing if you can get it cheap. During Black Friday, people were able to get that game for like $5 or $10 or something. For that price, definitely. When that game came out for $60, totally not worth it. I was very mad at that game for costing what it did for like how bare bones it was. And also the online was an embarrassment that should have never been a thing in that game. But if you can get it really cheap, yeah, it's worth playing. This is why it's so risky to collect stuff like PS4 games. More so, risky to collect expensive PS4 games. Because a lot of them still get reprinted. In the case of Blue Reflection, the game was like at one point, what, $100, $150? And then it just got mass reprinted. And now it's cheap again. That's why it's... Always just do your research to see, like, is there a possibility that this publisher would have its games reprinted through like Video Games Plus or something. Always be cautious if you're buying a PS4 game way above what it would originally cost. Just picked up the new Pokemon for your daughter for Christmas. It's a good entry. I mean, it's good. The hardcore Pokemon fans, you know, they'll always find something to quibble over. But the good thing about the new Pokemon for like a younger kid is it's very button mash friendly. So she'll have a fun time like hitting the buttons really quick, and like the Pokemon will be doing crazy stuff on screen. It's not super skill intensive, so like it's probably one of the most approachable Pokemon games for young kids in my opinion. Because all you got to really do is just hit the attack buttons, and crazy things will happen, and you will win the battles. So it's pretty good in that regard for a kid. This is that random PS1 racing game that just runs at 60 frames a second. Yes, you heard that right. 60 frames a second. But you have to knock it down to only have, I think, like one other racer on screen. Motorhead. Oh, bad. We thought we were going to go a night without D. We got a price sticker D. Let's see what it was going for. $39.99. You almost thought... Oh, they blocked out the... Got a little bit of a blemish there in the corner on the barcode. Ooh, notes? Have we seen this D before? No, I don't think we have, right? No, wow. Jack offer? What? Jack offer to beer box ring 78? I mean, forgive me, I certainly don't remember what the heck that would mean within the game. Combination do with 2 O's. Top of stairs, fireplace key, paper 1 down, 1 draw. Ring at 78. Chicken, horse, rabbit, deer. I love this. I love seeing the people's notes. Puzzle, get key, next bookshelf. Oh, the freaking Ash. Yep, that puzzle. Never forget that. Sagittarius, Aquarius, birth style, blue. They were so confused. That's probably the hardest puzzle in the game. I remember being stumped on that. Whenever I play D again, I'm definitely not going to remember how to solve that puzzle, so that'll be fun. How to enjoy this game. How to enjoy your D. To get 120% enjoyment out of your PlayStation D, make the room as dark as possible. I've never seen this before. This is fun. Make the room as dark as possible by drawing the curtains and turning off the lights. Playing on a dark night is the best. Turn up the TV or audio volume. If playing in the middle of the night, be sure to wear headphones so you do not disturb people around you. Can you solve the riddles before the door to the other world closes? So you heard that in the official manual. If you want to play with D, make it dark, turn the TV on so no one knows you're playing with D, put some headphones on, and have fun. Don't disturb the people around you. I love the notes in the manual. They looked so confused trying to solve the puzzles in that game. You love D? D is awesome. Yeah, I loved playing through that years ago. Well, I tried playing it as a kid. Could never beat it. Not beating that game as a kid. Not with the time limit. But when I finally beat it, it was awesome. A PlayStation logo plush. It's pretty thick. T-shirt display card Walmart 2014. $6.97.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I don't much like being bothered. Leave me alone.
These Shenmue remixes are crazy. That's cool. I mean, like, I'm interested in it, but I'm definitely not spending $25 for that. If I got it for free, I'd be like, sure, I'll take that. But I'm not taking a Walmart shirt piece of cardboard to display the shirt for 25 bucks. It's a cool little artifact, though. I like that somebody thought to save it 11 years later. Ooh, Super Mario RPG Eraser set. Some of the only merch that existed from Mario RPG back then. These keychains and then this eraser set.
I find it rather tiresome, you see, speaking to people. Don't you talk to me.
These Shenmue samples are pretty good. I can get behind Shenmue Lo-Fi with sound samples. What the hell is going on in this picture? Oh, that's a foot. I was like, what? I couldn't tell what was happening here. Lugia playing tennis with Mario? Oh, it's an internet browser disk. Oh, man. God, do you miss the days when the internet used to look like this? I really do. I really miss the days when, like, it was like an art form, what websites used to look like. The whole thing was just covered in artwork. And the knowledge you'd have to have of, like, HTML to pull this stuff off is pretty impressive. I did something like this with my Klonoa fan site. I made a Klonoa fan site that kind of like achieved a similar look. Fortunately, that's one of the sites that I was never able to recover. It was a site that had info on every single Klonoa game and every Klonoa cameo and all kinds of stuff. I was very proud of that site. I had so many fan sites, most of which now are... I either forgot them or have no way of ever finding it again. I used to love making fan sites for all the games and series and stuff I liked. No, I mean, Wayback Machine, you would need to know certain info to even find it. I can't even remember the addresses, so... The only way I'd find it is if, like my ancient laptop that I'd be scared as hell to turn on if I like turned that on and somehow connected it to the internet. Probably not a good idea. I know that's very dangerous to connect an old PC like that to the internet. And then like try and find it that way. Maybe it's bookmarked or something. Like perhaps back then I found it and then bookmarked it. I don't know. Right now they just live on in my memory. I still remember what all my fan sites look like. Yeah, I used Angel Fire. I was a big Angel Fire user. Not too much GeoCities. Did I use GeoCities? I used a lot of Angel Fire. Maybe I did use some GeoCities, but I used some weird ones too. I used some ones that were not like your typical. I remember it was devastating because I can never remember the name of it. My first website, well, one of my first websites was like a catch-all one. It was called VG Planet, Video Game Planet, and it was like a catch-all for all my interests, all my favorite games, animes, like whatever the heck I was into. Like I had Gundam on there, right? Like I was really into Gundam Wing at the time, so that was like one of the, like any anime I watched would be on there. All different pages. But that one I used like some weird like GeoCities knockoff kind of thing that eventually went out of business, and then the site just was gone. Done. I remember that was pretty sad, even though I didn't update it anymore. So from then on, I'm like, alright, I'm not using any more of these like offbeat website service providers that are not going to stick around. I've always wanted to make a video on YouTube going over some of my old websites. Like maybe I would do it one at a time if I ever found one of them. Like I'm pretty sure I can find my Dark Cloud website. Oh god, I had so many. I had a site, I think I called it Future RPG or something. It was a site where I covered RPG news. I remember it was one I was very proud of because it was when I first started learning how to like do HTML, to have the left sidebar would have like a huge list of links, and it was, I would cover, like it was PS2 era RPGs, so like any PS2 RPG that was out, even if I didn't play it, I still covered it. I had appropriate links and like screenshots and info about the game, so it was like a catch-all for PS2 RPGs, PS1 and PS2 RPGs, and whatever else. And then I actually hired like, I called them staff, but it was essentially volunteers to like help me with covering the news as well. It just sounded cooler and more official to be like, yeah, this is the staff of the website. No, we were just all kids BSing on covering RPGs. Any emails? No, because I think my old websites would have been connected to like my AOL email address. So, rip to that, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I brute force learning HTML. Here's the thing, I didn't really like learn HTML. What I would do to make my websites is I would find a website that I liked the look of it. I would view the source, and then I would just try and piece together like what I needed to copy and paste to get, like, say they had like a frame on the site or like some element that I liked. I would try and figure out where in the source that was, and then copy and paste that into my site, and then try and work it around like my design. And then of course it would break something, and then something would go horribly wrong. And back then, I mean, there was no way to be like, you know what? Let's backstep a few times. Like if you put the code in and then hit save to preview it, that was it. You were locked in. So it was pretty scary. Oh my god, what is that? Oh, it's a grip. I thought it was a controller. I gotta say, the new award for worst controller ever would have been that. How old was I? The first website I ever made was for Pokemon, which I was covering. It was before the release of Pokemon Gold and Silver, because I remember I was typing up. The website's name was Peekaboo, if you can believe it, because it was before Marill had a code name, and I thought Peekaboo was like the cutest freaking thing I'd ever seen in my life. So it was a very basic website, all in blue with like white type font, and it was all about just covering like Pokemon cards and like listing out, like, it was a stupid little site. It had the guest book where people can come on and like sign the guest book, like, oh, I love your site. Meanwhile, the site was literally just me like listing Pokemon cards, their names, and what was in like Fossil, Jungle, base set, whatever the hell else was in there. I don't even think there were like no images, maybe one image on the entire site for the header. And it was not a GeoCities whatchamacallit site. It was, ah, man, I wish many years ago I remembered what the host provider was called, and then I completely forgot. And I'll probably never remember again. It was a very obscure website host provider. So yeah, I was making fan sites. This guy is not wearing any pants. Those are some thighs right there. I don't even want to know what that is. But he's selling Beat 'em and Eat 'em if any of you are interested. The Peekaboo rumors bouncing around AOL chats. That's probably why I made the website and called it Peekaboo. I was getting all hyped. So whatever year, like figure a year before Pokemon Gold and Silver were coming out in the US. So however old I would have been at that point. Alright, let me see. Pokemon Gold, Silver, US release dates. 2000. So let's see, what was the Japanese one? Because even at the time, Japanese, we wouldn't have known. JP release dates. 1999. So I believe I was about 11 years old. 11 or 12 when I made my first site. I was definitely pretty young. But it was a very basic... Honestly, I just loved going to the website. The funniest part was it had like the hit tracker, so it would like show you how many people visited your site. And I used to just love seeing that go up. It's like, ooh, 10 people visited today. Meanwhile, most of them were probably me sitting there refreshing my website and it counting my view. So I thought like more people were viewing it than they actually were. But the guest book was the most fun part. People come in and they sign your little guest book. People used to love the damn guest books. Those are so much fun. Man, I had fan sites for freaking everything. I had a fan site for Paper Mario. I had a fan site for Power Stone. I had a fan site for Final Fantasy games, Mario games, 3D platformers, which was one of my last websites I ever did, Sonic Collectibles, which was the actual last website I ever did, which was pretty successful. My 3D platformer and my Sonic Collectibles websites were pretty damn popular. God, I mean, they were just Dark Cloud. Another very popular one I had at the time. There's so many I can't even remember. I also did a lot of those or participated in the role-playing like RPG Angel Fire websites. I don't know if any of you remember those days where like you'd go into a chat room and like you would role play your character. And there'd be a moderator. Am I the only one that remembers this shit? Like, is this something that only me and like a small group? You would go into a chat room. I guess like it was like a built-in browser chat, and you would role play your action, right? So like, say you're doing a Dragon Ball Z RPG, you would say your action of what you're doing, and then the chat moderator would have to be in there. But the moderator was like a D&D moderator, where like you would say your action, and then the other person would either like do their defense, they would like role play it out in the chat. And then depending on your character's stats, because like you would level up and you would have number stats, like Neopets kind of thing, right? The website owner or one of the moderators would have to decide what would happen. So like if you did a Kamehameha, but the opponent's Vegeta had like higher defense stat than you, they would have to like role play out what happened. So they would like D&D it into the chat room. There was all kinds of stuff like that. And then they also did them in forums. I didn't participate in the forum one too much, but like you would do the same thing in forums. So you can like leave your action in the forum, and then you'd have to wait until later in the day or the next day for like the person to follow up with their action. And then like it was just crazy stuff. Yeah, I used to play a lot of those. I remember my friends used to make them. I think I tried one or two of them. It was so hard to manage them, but it was always so exciting because you'd have to get someone that signs up for your RPG. Where, like, they'd have to message you, they'd email you, or they'd leave a message on the message board of the guest book where they'd be like, oh, I want to join your RPG. And then it's like, oh, awesome, we're up to 5 people now that are playing. Yeah, it was creative. You had to get very creative back in the day. Soul Seeker, yeah. Yes, probably something like that. God, those are so much fun. I would love to be able to find those old sites again. I personally think Neopets is like one of the closest things to that still survives today. Because Neopets is still going. I never played Neopets back in the day, but when I went back to try playing that for the first time a year or two ago, it was so surreal to be playing something from that era still today with like a huge community of people that still play it. It was kind of fascinating, actually. And good on Neopets. I mean, that shit is still going somehow. That's crazy. I would have probably really liked it back in the day. I remember trying it, but I think I was done with it in like a day. It just wasn't for me. Man, they're breaking out. They're breaking out all the big ones here. Swedish Bachelor Party from 1982. And Custer's Revenge, Swedish editions. You still playing Neopets? It's not friendly for beginners? No, it is not. No, I got into it though. I got into it for like a month or two. Yeah, I was wheeling and dealing on the economy before I stopped playing it. Like I was one of those people that was like making big money with the, I don't remember what the points are called, but like I was hunting things and like selling them on the auction house or whatever it was called in that game. I was just like hoarding the points for no darn reason. Like there was nothing to do with them, but it was fun. I would like look for someone that's selling something cheap and then buy it and then like scalp it, right? Neopet scalpers. But that's how, if you're a new player, boy, you had to do what you had to do. It's buy the stuff that's low and sell high. Nah, I never played RuneScape. Thankfully, I mean, I'm thankful and not. I'm sad I missed out on it back then. But at the same time, I'm like, man, playing something like RuneScape would have completely changed my trajectory of the kind of games I played, right? It's kind of like World of Warcraft. I dodged a bullet. A lot of people that get into something like RuneScape or World of Warcraft don't recover from that. That's all you play. And I'm pretty confident a game like RuneScape and World of Warcraft would be more addicting than Final Fantasy XI. Because the difference is, Final Fantasy XI, there's a lot of times you can get on that game and not actually be able to do anything because a lot of it is so group content focused. Whereas World of Warcraft, it just feels like you always have something to do and like you can always keep playing. There's never a reason to stop because you can kind of, in that game, you can solo a lot more things than you can in 11. 11, there were reasons to get off, like your party breaks up and you're like, man, I can't wait around another 3 hours to get into another party. I'm just signing off for the night. Whereas World of Warcraft, it's just like, all right, let's get right back into it. Or RuneScape, which is a game that apparently like is just endless. So yeah, I'm pretty thankful I never played those. And probably never will play RuneScape because I don't want to even attempt to get into something like that now. No thanks. World of Warcraft, that time is come and gone. Yeah, playing WoW Classic for the couple of days that I did was good enough for me. Even though it's a much different experience than when it launched. Managing your own shop and Neopets. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was selling stuff on my shop, and it was fun. I enjoyed Neopets. It was... Not saying I would never go back to it, but it was enjoyable. I mean, I liked it. It was just really... It was really fun to play something that felt like it was from, like, the early 2000s on your browser as, like, a community game. It was neat. I liked the economy of it, like the bank system and earning interest, and, like, it was pretty... It was pretty neat. It was just a fun thing to get on and do for like 10 minutes a day. Well, initially it was not 10 minutes a day. But when it got to the point where I was just signing on to do the dailies and I'm like bored of it in 10 minutes, I'm like, alright, it's time to stop for now. Come back to it another time. Yeah, we just got done looking at promo items on here. I'm very much into the promo stuff. I love looking at the obscure, sometimes practically one-of-a-kind artifacts of gaming history with how they'd advertise. Oh my god. Like this. That is one of the greatest pieces of video game merchandise I've ever seen. Miss Pac-Man. Holy smokes. Oh my god, these things are like out of a nightmare. Look at these ones. I love vintage Pac-Man merchandise. Oh, I thought he was crying. God, that is so creepy looking. They really didn't know what to do at Pac-Man merch back in the day, did they? I mean, this is what they were going off of. That's it. That's your Pac-Man reference. So you make a plush out of that. Not the easiest thing to do, right? Oh, man. Look at the ghost. It's cute. I was gonna say, what is this? This sounds so familiar. Freaking Crazy Taxi. All I want. This is my favorite one, though. Doesn't have any weird smells that I can tell, and is pretty good condition. Other than a slight stain on the lip and slight rubbed off mark on eye. That's amazing. Too bad they didn't make a Pac-Man version of that. Yeah, vintage, like super vintage 80s video game plushes and stuff are pretty basic looking like that. They're a little odd looking. What is this, though? Tumblr? Tumblr. Ah, the online startup disc. Is this the one that had all the demos on it? Man, I missed that thing. Used to play the heck out of Frequency online. Do you guys remember that? Where you can play Frequency on PS2 online, but it was only like... I think you had to do it through this demo disc. It was some weird setup for it. You couldn't like just put in Frequency on the PS2 and play online. It was like some loophole you had to jump through. Still works, yeah. That was cool. See, this is what I mean. You can't filter this crap out of here. There's no keywords. They just put the name of the item. You don't even know where this is from, so there's no way to filter these things. It's very annoying. What? Oh, okay. I'm looking at this. I'm like, what am I looking at right now? It's a Neo Geo, My Limited Edition arcade stick. Now, I don't normally buy arcade sticks, but if I did, it might be this one. This is the OG hand puppet, I believe, or is this a remake of it? What's the year on this? 2021. Oh, that's a re-release. I was gonna say it looks a little more refined than it used to. The first ever plush merchandise, or one of the first Fallout merches to ever come out, was a hand puppet of Vault Boy. Yeah, here it is. That is the first one they ever released, like, for Fallout 3 merch. First plush ever. I remember because I wanted to get this back in the day, but it was really hard to get, and at the time they were charging like $100 for them, and I'm just like, I ain't paying that. And they're still rare, still expensive. This person wants $750. PAX 2008. So it would have been the first year I was making YouTube videos. Yep, I remember seeing him too. I remember walking by him. I think, was I at PAX 2008? Or I saw it in the video, maybe? I don't know. It's a hard memory to remember so long ago. I remember regretting not getting it, though. Lemmings plush. Well, that person wants 300. Some other person wants 750. Dragon Quest Cross-Up Erasers 5-pack. I like the eyes. They look like just little swirls. Oh wow, you can take the armor off. That's cool. So you can like swap the armor around. That's really neat. Have a good night, Similarian. Got the Wombo combo, Twisted Metal 3, with all the stickers you can need. You got the black and white with red font variant of the price sticker. That's pretty unusual, but I guess because it was PS1, it was before they refined it into the more colorful labels. But then you got the confirmation sticker to let you know that this case was definitely the original case used for Twisted Metal 3. Very important. Then you got the sticker on the disc. It's on the spine. And then on the back as well. So you got confirmation that that is the original plastic case that it came in. If you care about that kind of thing, you know. Ultra Rare Big Box Edition. Yeah, just a heads up, I guess I might as well remind people. If you happen to have Pokemon Emerald on Game Boy Advance, and you were one of the lucky people that got this limited edition, as they like to call it, which pretty much just means it comes in a big box with a little pouch to carry your Game Boy Advance SP. You have one of the most desirable and expensive Game Boy Advance games out there. Not only do you have Emerald, this person doesn't even look like they have the case. That's crazy. It's just literally the box. Okay. But yeah, here's the case. This is a better example. So if you have this, you're sitting on something very expensive. It seems reasonable to assume that, you know, maybe 1 out of every 1,000 people maybe that bought Pokemon Emerald maybe ended up with this. Maybe. Maybe 1 in every 5,000, who knows? It's pretty rare. Ah, yes, man. They're showing us. See, this is what I'm talking about. When you search rare on eBay, you get a lot of crap. But once in a while, you actually get things that are actually rare. I love showing people these weird little variants. So normally the Punisher and Genesis Complete, maybe $200 to $300, depending on condition. But if you got this little tattoo, literally a tattoo of the Punisher logo, it's worth like hundreds of dollars more. Because some people don't view this as being complete unless it has the tattoo. So if you're on a whole nother level of sadistic collecting for the Sega Genesis, you need the tattoo. Do I regret selling my Pokemon games? I mean, I still have a couple things left over, but yeah, getting rid of my copy of Pokemon Gold, my original copy, is a little unfortunate. It is what it is. I picked up Pokemon Crystal many years ago for a really good price, so that kind of softens it a little bit. If I ever replay, it'll be that version. Another D. Very nice. 3DO short box. Well, I'm sure whatever money I got for the Pokemon Gold games I sold all those years ago, I'm sure it was used for something important. Or at least something, maybe I bought a game or something and now it's worth a lot. Who knows? I try not to regret selling things. It's not a good mindset to be in. Because then you'll never want to sell things. Wow, just the strategy guide for $550? I have to double check and see. I think I may have had a guide for this. Can't remember if I sold something like that years ago. I definitely had a couple Dragon Quest guides. Hello, T-Monk. Welcome. Vintage Pokemon Snap manufactured sealed collectible. Sealed collectible of what though? What is it? Oh, it's just a, oh. Click Clack? Oh, I kind of remember these things. You click clack it open. Pokemon Snap. Well, that's a genius marketing idea because it's Pokemon Snap. Snap it close. We're listening to a lot of music right now, by the way. The Genesis version remix. Gotta give it to him. That looks pretty cool. That gold foil logo. That is pretty nice. It's a hard game, but a great game. Those Disney Genesis Super Nintendo platformers always had amazing animation. They really put so much attention to detail in those games to make it feel as accurate to the movies as possible. Am I gonna buy any games today? No, I don't buy things on my eBay streams. These are just hangout streams for us to look through, and I find interesting listings for other people to buy. I have a frequently asked question kind of thing about that in the description of the stream if anybody ever needs questions answered. Typically it might be answered in there for you. I've been doing these eBay streams for about a decade. If I bought something every time I streamed eBay, I would not be in a good financial situation. Every week for 10 years. This is a cool game. Super playable without knowing Japanese. This is a sort of forgotten Squaresoft RPG, action RPG. You don't have to know a single word in Japanese to play and have fun with this one. So Kaigi. I think this game is like 4 discs or something. It's pretty crazy. There's a lot of voice acting and cutscenes. That's probably why. It's a pretty neat game. You don't even have to pay attention to the story. Just watch the flashy cutscenes and have fun with it. This used to be about a $5 game, by the way. I think that's what I got my copy for. Prices on these import games is getting ridiculous. Price of the 3DS. The console itself is getting very expensive. I don't really look at the prices of 3DS, like consoles in general, in here. But yeah, people are spending hundreds of dollars on 3DSs, depending on the variant. Heavily mispriced. It's been a bit. I don't really sit there to get things that are heavily mispriced. You gotta like sit there refreshing eBay over and over and over. I don't really do that much anymore. These days, I literally just like, if there's something I'm interested in getting, I just look up what it's going for and trying to find the best deal, or wait, add it to a watch list or something for when they list new copies. You know the Sokaigi game? Yeah, it's a pretty cool game. I love my weird Japanese PS1 imports. Something I definitely want to get back into playing, hopefully next year. I wanna bust out the Japanese PS2. Well, I'd have to buy a new one, or unless I can get the one that was starting to not work to work again. I have so many imports I still gotta try. The difference with my import collection, though, is it's not just like... I didn't just buy a lot of Japanese games for PS1. It's a curated collection, so every game that's in my collection is there for a reason. I don't blindly buy import games, because that's also really bad. You can end up with games that are practically unplayable, or are just like not what you expected it to be. The only time I blindly buy a game is when it's there's literally no information on the internet for it, like no gameplay whatsoever. And there were a few PS1 games I bought like that. I had to be the first one to play it and see what it's like. This game here is unfortunately unplayable without a translation patch, but this is like notorious in Japan for being a meme, alive. If I remember right, it's like a live action sort of like visual novel choose your own adventure kind of game, if I'm remembering correctly, but it's known for just having really wacky cutscenes and stuff. I know because I used to follow a Japanese streamer that played a lot of Chocobo GP, and he talked about this game a lot. He said it's pretty much a meme in Japan. You guys remember the Chocobo GP days? Remember there was like some Japanese streamer that was like he was like the #1 person in the game, and he would come to my streams sometimes. Forget his name. I used to love watching his streams because he was really... We would cheer each other on, like, hype, because he was going for like world records in time trial and everything. It used to be fun to watch him go for it. But then he started, because of Chocobo GP, he started attracting a lot of... It's kind of sad what happened. He used to have like a translator on his stream. You know, a lot of the Japanese streamers use that, where like what they say is translated into English. So then he started to attract a lot of like English-speaking viewers because of that. Because he was very skilled at the game, and you know, naturally more people would want to watch if you can understand what he was saying. But then I think it started to piss off his like existing Japanese viewers, because eventually he took the translator down and pretty much stopped speaking in English if you came into the stream. Like if I asked him a question, he'd respond in Japanese, and I'm like, well, I guess that's that. I'll be back when I'm fluent in Japanese. It's a cool box art. Very abstract. Oh wow, it's actually pretty accurate to the game. What the heck? Or at least the title screen. It's very rare that the cover art for something like this on these old games is actually like kind of represented in the game. Should you wait and hunt for a CRT any size, or just drop $300 with VHS player? Honestly, if you can find a clean, confirmed working CRT in any condition, as long as it's working and like it's just in good shape and has good inputs, especially if it's anything beyond composite, like if it has S-video, if it has component, that's like an instant buy. I would just get it if you're looking for one. I wouldn't wait too long, especially if you could buy it locally, because the problem with CRT is getting something like that shipped is kind of a nightmare. So if you can find a good one that you're kind of happy with in person, I would just get it. Even if it... Man, having the VHS player is awesome, because then you can get in the VHS again. I don't know if you're nostalgic for VHS, but I would see nothing wrong with having a built-in VHS player, personally. Hello, Inspector. Spectre Boy RD. Still kicking, yeah. Honestly, if you have a CRT with a VHS still built into it and everything's still working, that's pretty lucky. Yeah, I think you'll regret it if you don't pick it up. Right, you'll go... It may be very hard, because it's very competitive for CRT TVs these days. Very hard to track them down, so if you got a nice one, I just get it. Pick it up while it's still there. Damn, Japan got the foil cover for Blue Dragon. That looks nice. Special edition box set. Look at that. Such a better cover than what we got. It's all about the foil. Man, they really hyped this. Oh, this is the one that comes with figures, right? What is this? Blue Dragon. I think those are figures. Let's see if this is a better view. Yeah, they're sealed, so they don't want to show you what they look like. I'm normally live Saturday night, Jess. Sometimes I go live on Sunday if I'm unable to stream on Saturdays. Still at it, yeah. Well, my eBay streams are typically somewhere between 4 to 5.5 hours long. They're usually around 4.5 to 5 hours these days. Hybrid Heaven. This is an N64 game I still really want to play. I picked up a copy of this a couple years ago for a really good price. It's kind of like rare little variant version of this that had some sticker on it. I don't know. I bought it because I had some sticker on the box that was apparently pretty uncommon to find. But I've always been interested in this game. I hear very good things. I don't think I've ever heard somebody speak poorly of this game. Have I ever played Parasite Eve? I tried playing it when I was younger. My grandpa actually had a copy of that. And I was a little too young to fully understand how to play it appropriately. It was also kind of creepy. That freaking cutscene in the opera house. Yeah. But that was a bit of a hard one to understand when I was younger. But I played it again. Oh man, at this point it's probably been 6 years. 6 years ago? 5-6 years ago? Love Parasite Eve. Love it. Love everything about it. So unique. Love the music, love the setting, love the cutscenes, love the length. Unfortunately, I had my playthrough of it uploaded to YouTube, but it got hit with a lot of copyrighted stuff. So like one of the songs I remember I tried to like scrub out that was causing an issue, and YouTube erased all of the audio for the entire video, which was like 5 or 6 hours long, and I didn't have a backup anymore for it. So I'm going to do another playthrough of Parasite Eve one of these days. In October, I always play nothing but horror games. And next October is the 10th anniversary for, you know, how many years I've been doing that. So I plan on picking a lot of my favorite games that I played over the years or haven't played in a while and playing them again. So I'd say that's maybe a contender. Possible that I would play that again pretty soon. It's been long enough. Funko plush, that is hideous. Goodness gracious. I didn't think you can make a Chow ugly. Chows are normally cute, but not that Chow. Yeah, there's a lot of horror games I've played over the past 10 years that I don't have the VODs for anymore, or it's been so long I kind of forget what even happens. So that will be the theme of the 10th anniversary Horror Month streams. Revisiting some of the games that I just haven't played in 8, 9, 10 years. Alright, I think this is going to be a good time to call it. Thank you to all the new people that came in tonight. I stream eBay streams We're getting a lot of new people on YouTube, so it's really appreciated. Thank you to everybody that continues to like the streams, because it is helping a ton. I stream eBay every Saturday, typically. Very rarely does it get pushed to a different day like tonight. You know, I usually start somewhere around 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern, usually. And then we usually stream for about 4 or 5 hours. So hopefully we see you back here in the coming weeks. And once again, if you're looking for my gameplay streams where I'm playing games on stream almost every night on YouTube, it's on my second channel, so I'll give you the link for that. Just because a lot of people are still unaware that I stream over here. All the VODs are up on this channel too, so since I started doing it, there's a big backlog to check out. But that's where I'm playing games. All the new games that I've been playing. It's up over there. It's essentially the mirror from the Twitch stream. Not sure what the next stream will be. I mean, Let It Die right now is still pretty hot. I've been getting a lot of new followers from streaming Let It Die, and also people have a lot of questions about Let It Die. People are really struggling with that game right now to like understand how to play, so I think there's still a big advantage to me streaming that and helping people with the game. Because I'm learning like everything there's to learn about that game currently. I finally made it to the final floor. Like, I'm making a lot of progress. I could definitely help some new players in that game. So I do feel like at least one more stream right now would be good for helping the newbies out in Let It Die Inferno. If you're not sure what Let It Die Inferno is, come to my stream and you'll find out. It's one of my favorite games of the year so far. Melee extraction game that is very brutal, very difficult, very stylish. It's getting a lot of misinformation online right now, which is not warranted. It's a great game. So it's on YouTube. One of the parts, though, I think has muted audio, unless I re-uploaded it or something. But I think randomly you're going to be watching the video and suddenly there's going to be no audio. Could be wrong on that. I just remember someone leaving a comment where they were like, there's no audio for the video, and I'm like, oh shoot. So I'm not sure what happened. Opinion on shopping for Sega Saturn right now. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. If you can afford it, go for it. But you kind of missed the boat for affordable, sought-after Saturn games. As long as you're comfortable having to pay nearly at minimum $100 for every game that is desirable on that console, you'll still have fun with it. It's a great console. Very expensive, though. Alright. You guys have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow. A little bit more Let It Die. Like I said, I encourage you to stop by and check the game out, see what all the fuss is about. I'm loving the game. It pulled me away from Arc Raiders, okay? That says something. I was getting very into Arc Raiders, loving that game. So for this game to pull me away from Arc Raiders says something. Yeah. Just another plug for the YouTube people as well, since some people are still very unaware that I run multiple channels. If you're a card game person, I have a card game channel. Here's another one for you. You can check that out if you like trading cards. Something for everybody. Alright, have a good night. See you tomorrow. If I can find my OBS.